That's why I always have bass. I give a voice to those people who would never...
He's on TV, but not on phone. What? This is wild. This is the second time again. Crazy. Not working. Am I in the correct live? Hold on. Let me know if y'all see me. What is going on? Okay, now we're working. We are working. I just seen myself on the screen. Good God. Please let me know if we're good. Let's run that back. Okay, yeah, it's working. Shout out to everybody in. I don't know what's going on or what that mishap was. Maybe it was on the other end, but we're good, you know. Shout out to everybody that's in here right now, man. Shout out to everybody that's in here. No hints, but Leo said, "LOL." One and only Brooklyn Boss. Shout out to you. I appreciate you pulling up. I appreciate you pulling up. We are live in the flesh. Mar in the building. Gold Dust Woman. Thank you for coming by. Allegedly LB. I mean, there's been some good news today. New documents that came out. I mean, the documents are very simple documents. It's just, you know, them going over releasing records, etc. But today there was the documents that dropped. Yesterday there was new documents that dropped. It's just them, you know, proceeding to go forward with everything that Ann Taylor asked for. Try this again. Make it a great show, Rev Game family. Yeah, we're back. It's working, right? We're good. Tell me if we're good. Let me know if we're good. Okay. Here, we'll be here shortly. Or he will be here shortly. I'm here now. What's up? What's going on? I see you live. Woohoo. All good. I see you, T. All right, bet. He will be here shortly. Yeah. I don't know what it was, but I hit live and I'm sitting there talking. I'm like, yeah, you know what I mean? But why isn't nobody saying, yo, Rev, what's going on, bro? Not one person. Not one person. I see you fine, T-REV. Thank you, Cowgirl, for letting me know. Gypsy, shout out to you. What's up? Nice to see you. Thank you, Brenda. I appreciate you coming by. She said, let's do this. A-Rob 360, right? Is that right? A-Rob 360. All right, so we got a lot of new things coming up. We got new guests coming. All right, so we're going to have Jennifer coming back at some point. I don't have a date yet. I talked to her today. Just on the phone, you know, we developing a rapport. You never know. You guys may get tea and cough some point. You may get tea and cough in the morning show. You never know, right? Wishful thinking, right? But hey, you never know. You might get tea and cough. And we got some very good guests coming up. We got Xana's teacher that, you know, brought her through gymnastics coming up. We got, I mean, you know, I just shuffled and got out and got right back on my path that I was on when I first got on here. And all of a sudden, you know, good things start happening. And that's what I want to keep doing. I want to keep pushing forward on the road that I was on originally. You know, we get off track in life. If you ever are getting off track, just make sure you put your wheel back straight on that road, right? Make sure if you start to fall off track into some old habits, straighten your wheel out. Go straight. You can do anything you want to. Clip got claimed. Did it get claimed? Oh, no, that's crazy. That'd be wild if it did. Okay, I'm good, says Salvatore. Hello, Just Jen in the building. Thank you for coming by, Just Jen. Did you send me an email? I'm going to have to check because I know you've been trying to get in Discord and I said I was going to help you. Salvatore says, okay, I'm good to go. I may have some guests up. I may have people calling in. As you see, the phone number is at the top of the screen. If you do want to call in, they will be stopping. Like right as of right now, they're stopping the demolition on Kane Road, which I posted it earlier, and I'm going to pull this up now. Let me pull it up. I had it all set up on my other screen and this happened. Crazy. But anyways, we'll jump into it real quick. I want you guys to see what they did here. And I know a lot of you already know this, but in general, thanks to Shannon speaking out, Shannon Gray, the families, you know, the University of Idaho will delay until October the demolition of the Kane Roadhouse, in which 4 of the students were killed in November. Remediation, whatever the hell that word is, you know, I'm hooked on phonics, of the house, including lead in abstos, whatever abdomen continues or preparation for demolition. I guess that's, you know, foundation work or something. I have no idea what those words mean. Maybe my gurus in here can break it down. We know that every action and decision around this horrific incident is painful and invokes emotions. That is why every decision we have made this far is with the families of the victims and our students in mind, said Scott Green, U of I president. bullshit. I don't know. I call BS on that because you would have listened to the families in the first place. So I don't know. I really do call BS on that. I call BS on what he said there. Is he doing this because people are pushing it in the corner and the petitions flying around and you got the news covering it saying they're doing wrong? Is that why the U of I all of a sudden now is like, you know, pushing it? Weird, right? I find it weird. But he says, while we look forward to removing this grim reminder of this tragedy, we feel holding until October is the right thing to do. Sorry, sir. I think October is going to be a little bit too late. Or not too late, but it's going to be down the road longer than October. So I think you need to, I think the wording should have been, and I guess, you know, October is a win, right? But I think holding off until trial is more like it. Holding off until trial is the right thing to do, right? That, I mean, that's just my opinion, but hey. So the crew begins, or it said crews began work earlier this month to remove all personal items from the house, which was given to the university by the former owner. The university is working to make those items available discreetly and respectfully to the families in the coming weeks. The house has already been released by the court, and both the prosecution and defense attorneys have said they do not oppose destruction. We appreciate that. So it says we appreciate that. We appreciate how so many have responded with empathy and patience, Green said. The university continues to work toward the Vandal Healing Garden and Memorial, which will be constructed on campus. A call for inspiration is now open. This student-driven project will move into the classroom this fall as U of I students in the College of Art and Architecture develop plans for this shared healing space. So we got that also, right? We'll see. I don't know. I don't think I stand with the U of I on their decision on what they did. What's going on, Gold Dust? She says we are good. All right, bet. Let me catch up in chat. One and only Brooklyn Ball. Shout out to you. I appreciate you coming by. Shout out to everybody in the chat. That's actual funny. I appreciate you showing love. That's actually funny. Your style is on point as a sidebar. All right, let's fix this. Let me catch up to relevant chat. I'm at 936. I love you, T-REV, but I think BK was framed. I love what you do for the victims. It is sad what happened, and I pray for the family. So you think BK was framed? If you guys are just coming in here, make sure you smash the like button. We're going to have a decent live tonight. If people, you know, I have the lines open right now so you can call in, but topic of discussion really is misinformation and lies. A lot of people are putting out information that just doesn't, and Jennifer told me earlier, she said that the Rev Gang family community is important in this case. Because I told her, I said, there's other cases that I'm pushing forward, you know, to look at, etc. And she said that she thinks that that our community is an important piece inside of this case. And it kind of resonated because I feel like our community is the only one that pushes forward, punch the table and beat on the table. But I'm serious, and it kind of resonated with me. It stuck in my heart. That earlier. 309, what's on your mind?
Hi, this is Jean from Kansas City. I just kind of have a bit of a theory about the situation with tearing down the house. I think that I had read somewhere that the college had hired private security for the house and that it was costing them about $1,000 a day, so $30,000 a month. And chances are that this case could take, you know, it could be a year, 2 years down the road. And then if he gets the death penalty, obviously there will be appeals. And so, you know, how long, you know, are they expected to continue to provide security for the house? And I think that they were talking about tearing it down in hopes that possibly the defense or the prosecution was going to say, oh, no, you can't do that. And they would then say, okay, well, we agree to leave it up, but y'all will have to come in and secure the property.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that, it might have actually been a matter of them hoping that, that the government was going to end up coming in and paying to secure the property 24 hours a day until, all of the trials and everything were over with. Because, if security was not there, that there would be people going in that property.
Right. So,
Yeah.
I mean, so we're saying the problem here is the security, paying the person to watch over the property is, one of the main issues that they're having.
I'm guessing that is a portion of the issue because, if it takes a year, we're talking about $360,000 or $365,000 for a year, unless they do something differently. My understanding was that they had hired private security. Maybe they could go ahead and hire some folks in to go ahead and, I know they have their own security, so
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that is, private security that's been hired or not. However, the other comment that I wanted to make was that I do believe they have the right person, and I believe that there's going to be a lot of information that comes out that that we're not aware of as yet. I think that the fact that the defense keeps bringing things up, they're challenging the grand jury indictment now. They brought up the thing about, ancestral DNA, which is a moot point because they've matched the DNA on that knife sheath to a swab from his cheek. And so, and even then, I don't care what list of people are on that family tree, unless, he has a brother, a full brother, or a full sister who committed the crime, it's going to point directly to him because they build the tree based on both sets of grandparents up the line. And so, there's no way that they're going to find a close relative that it points to. But I think, even the evidence that we have right now, it's going to be based on a preponderance of the evidence. And so I think they're going to have phone pings. They're going to have times he connected to their Wi-Fi. I think they're going to find times he connected to their Bluetooth devices. I think that hopefully his car has I don't know what it's technically called, but a black box that's going to show its location all the time. I think, that he was smart enough. He doesn't have their DNA in his car apartment. But personally, I think not only did he wear coveralls and booties and whatever, but I think he probably, had a cover on his steering wheel, a cover on his seat. He removed, a coverall and shoes and threw them in a bag before he got in his car. And I'll bet the reason that it took him a while to get home is he went somewhere else and got cleaned up and buried those items prior to even going to his apartment. So, then the fact that he had, 5 weeks to clean his car and his apartment out
Yeah.
after the fact, I am not surprised as, someone who took classes in, as a police officer, how not to get your DNA in a crime scene,
Right.
that he was not carrying their DNA off. That really does not surprise me. But we may have more of his DNA at the scene that we're not aware of even. I think there will be lots of things. And I think that, his defense is aware that they're in trouble. And so they can't talk to the media, but they can, file these motions that obviously the media covers. And so they are doing their job. Their job is to try and create a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And they know that DNA is a huge issue for him. And so anything they can do to cast aspersions on anything to do with DNA, they're going to do. They're going to put the police officers on trial that, had anything to do with the case. I mean, she's doing her job. Her job is to create a reasonable doubt, and I think they know he is in deep trouble with the evidence, and so they are going to throw everything they can at the wall in hopes of finding something that sticks. And so thank you for listening to me ramble, and I'm sorry
It's okay.
about the big dog barking nonstop in the background.
Oh, don't worry about it. That's life. That's what this is. This is reality. We're not over here creating fantasies. This is reality. This is planned, and we know as it comes.
And if ever you want to know how they go about building those trees, as far as on DNA, you can look on YouTube for something called the Leeds method, and it will show you exactly how they go about, finding out who DNA belongs to.
Well, I appreciate you.
And it's something that I've used to help people who are adoptees figure out who their biological family actually is. So it does work. People lie, but DNA does not lie. So yeah, it works. But thanks so much for listening. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. You're more than welcome to call back if you want to. I appreciate you calling up. God bless you, ma'am. Lock your doors. Stay safe.
God bless. Shout out to you too.
Thank you for being a voice in the community.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye. 219-885-9693. Phone number's at the bottom of your screen. Now, I mean, we could roll this way. Which one, guys? Which is better? This? Which overlay you guys like better? That one? Or this one? Or build a new one? Which one? But anyways, 219-885-9693. And I may even open up the panel and bring two guests up here in a little bit. Thank you, Blank. I appreciate it. Drip. It's got the drops on it. You know what I mean? No, it's not his merch either. I appreciate you guys. Hold up. Janine, thank you. Woody said, I've been off work for 10 days now on vacation and have caught a lot of lives lately and want to thank you for all the hard work. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. I don't know why I read stuff backwards, but it is what it is. And if a lot of you weren't in here last night and didn't catch the live from last night, I do want to let you know that the video that we did where it was Xana, the story of Xana Kernodle, we were lied to in that we will have Todd up on Monday, which is her coach. He's been on the news. He's got videos out, or not videos. I mean, he's been on the news, I think, a couple times. I seen one of the clips, so I know he's legit, and I know who I talked to is legit because I talked to him from his business number. So like I said, look for the upcoming shows coming up. We got Todd coming on. We got Jennifer coming back up. We got Darren Duncan, Brent Kopaka's best friend that was on ABC Nightline. We got there's a lot going on. All right, there's a lot going on behind the scenes and a lot that I'm setting up. I'm also reaching out to there's a doctor that I was talking to Jennifer about getting on the show, which we're working on that right now also. So be on the lookout for that too. Angelica says there are rivers or streams out in the country where he could wash. He planned ahead. So what I think personally, I really think that BK staked out the place. This is just my theory in general. I think that BK, staked out the place allegedly. I think that not only when he finished, he got rid of the clothes and maybe it changed into a different outfit and got rid of those clothes on the way back. And then once he did that, he turned his phone back on, etc. I mean, that's what I think personally, but that's just my own opinion. We'll see how it plays out. I don't know that to be true. I'm speculating when I say that, but Titan said I bet that there would be money to be made from this horrific crime, as this is just another avenue for those incentive goals do. I see what you're saying. Boss Maka in the building. What's going on, brother? Appreciate you coming by. Howdy, everyone. Hit that like button for the homie T-REV. No doubt, brother. I appreciate that. I appreciate you spreading the word. Let's see what else we got going on. When pulled over twice in Indiana, Kohlberger's car was filthy. I mean, anybody can call in. What's your thoughts on them? I think this is a win right now for the prosecution with the house staying up, even though Bill Thompson put in an email that he was okay with them demolishing the house. And of course, Ann's like, yeah, tear it down. Maybe I can get us off on a technicality. I don't know. I think it's the wrong move. Even after October, they need to keep the house up until trial, because I don't think October we're going to get a trial. I don't think in October we're going to get a trial, guys. I really don't believe that. Both are great. Giovanna, never forget you. I got a note says, I want an international clock, please. I'm dead. Let's see. Stress and exhaustion is why. Is that drip drop merch? Hell no. Not to say that I wouldn't wear drip drop merch, but this is no, absolutely not. King Scarlet News says, I didn't see many people advocating for the home not to demolish, only T-REV, but in an uproar stuff. I seen people doing it after I did it. That's how it usually always goes. People do it after I take initiative on it. Hey, what's going on, Donna? You're live.
Hey, how you doing, Trev?
I'm doing good. What's going on?
Good. Well, I was just waiting to see. No one else was calling in, so I figured I would call. I think it's great that they're going to hold off to October, at least. And in the meantime, other petitions, I don't know if our petition had been turned over, or other petitions.
Mm-hmm.
But those will make a big deal. Those will make a big impression. I think if the community rallies together to try to keep the house up.
Right.
And being that some of the family wants it to be left intact during the trial, I think what they're thinking is that it's an eyesore and it's hurtful to the community. It's hurtful to the students and their pockets. The donations and stuff, kids coming to school because of it's there.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, but at least, right now we have until October. So between now and October, we continue to try to petition the demolition of that house, try to get it so that they'll consider leaving it up, and hopefully it'll lean that way, Another thing I was thinking about, just kind of totally off the subject, but, when you were talking about how this is all pre-planned and, how he scoped out the scene of the crime and he traveled, for weeks doing different things. What if, when the neighbor was talking about they kept hearing a bunch of commotion in the house, what if he was role playing, undressing, redressing?
What, like, you think BK was role playing?
Maybe it was role playing, like
I talked to Jennifer earlier for about an hour, and I'd say about an hour, close to hour, 10 minutes. Then she, she had to go to work and do some things, but very bright conversation. And we like I said, she will be back on the show, and the questions that you guys brought were great. But there's some things, some people that she was gonna, talk about getting in contact with, etc. So that I think that'll be great to have those people and their expertise on the show. It's going to be different from any other YouTuber out there that has anyone on their show. It'll be, you know what I mean? Different outlooks, different lawyers that people haven't heard of, that to be on YouTube anyways. So there's a lot of good looks coming, and you guys have the best questions. Like, man, do you guys not ask the best questions when it comes to getting it into somebody who has experience or has been in high profile cases?
Well, I think part of that too is the fact that we sit and we brainstorm with each other to come up with those good questions. Because someone will bring up something and then we kind of like throw it back and forth, and then we come up with a question that we need to try to get an answer to. And I think that's how those develop. I don't think it's one person. I think it's a collaboration of everyone coming together and bouncing ideas and theories off of each other, and then it triggers, questions within each person. Oh yeah, we said this, and that's where this came from as far as, the role playing thing, is because the neighbor had said there was just a lot of commotion in his apartment. What the hell was he doing, And I was thinking about that last night, and I thought, what if he was, from start to finish, he was pretending to commit the crime, whether it be, running to the bed and just pretending to stab it or whatever, then having to undress, figuring out how the best way to get the clothes off without, getting any evidence, or trying to, as little evidence as possible. Timing himself, to try to get in and out quickly. It's just something that was floating in my brain last night when I was watching the show. There's just things that, one other thing, now that I'm thinking about it real quick, because I know my time is getting short, but, I wrote on the channel or in Discord something that I felt like, the car video where he comes around and he turns into the parking lot, then he backs out.
Yeah.
And then the video that's in the daytime where you took us, up by those apartments and into that parking lot. I don't think that's the same route. And the reason I say that is because in the daytime footage, when you turn, you go right into the parking lot. Well, where he came, he was going like there was either a row of cars or fencing. Then he made a turn into it, then backed out of it, and then went back. So I'm wondering, where's that opening? Where's that opening that he pulled into? Because the daytime video doesn't show that access. And there's a big brick wall right there. If you kind of look at it in the daytime footage, there's like a brick barrier where the fence starts, it's the barrier. So I'm just kind of thinking, okay, it may be the same, it might be the right area, but I'm thinking the angle of where the car is coming from is different because he pulled in. You can see him obviously pulling in. So in the daytime video, there's nowhere you can do that. And that's bothered me. That's bothered me since we started watching these videos. Because he pulled in and backed out.
Right.
And from the daytime video, there's nowhere to pull in.
You
do you pull in and where do you pull in?
Hold up. You mean there's nowhere to pull in on the video where I showed the one part in the day and then the other one in the night? Where he in the daytime video. See, if you look at him when he comes around the corner, it looks like there's either a row of cars or there's actually fencing over there. And he passes by it, but I think it's cars. He passes by it, then he turns. He makes a left-hand turn into the parking lot. He goes a certain amount of feet, 10, 15 feet,
then he backs up, and then he goes back the way he came. Well, if you look at the daytime video, there is not, if you look to see where you're driving, there is not an opening to turn. It's just one big open parking lot. So to me, I think it's the right area, but I just think it's the wrong angle, or it's coming from a different direction. I don't think it's correct.
Mm-hmm.
There's something missing.
So
there's.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're wrong. I think there's.
I mean, if you can show me where I would like to see where you would think he would turn.
That's easy.
I'm not,
the way that you can come in and turn straight to the left and back up and then back out and pull out, that's easy.
Yeah, but you gotta look at the things around him.
I'm gonna I'll get the video right now. I think it's very easy. That's just
because when he pulls in, the thing that's getting me is that concrete wall. Because when he turns in, you see fencing right away.
Yeah.
There is no concrete wall. So that's kind of what's throwing me off.
I got it downloading. Hold up, I'll pull it up.
You're fine. I just wanted to kind of throw that out there because I've watched it on I've watched it here. I've watched it where Jeff has done stuff to it. And the only thing that stands out to me is there's that not brick, it's a concrete wall.
Mm-hmm.
It's like concrete, and then there's the fence, right? Well, and if you look in the video, and I've kind of watched it over several times because of it, I'm trying to see where that brick, no, I keep saying brick, damn it, that concrete wall is.
Mm-hmm.
When he turns, he comes around that building, he comes to the parking lot, he makes a left-hand turn. As soon as he makes that turn, he's surrounded by fencing. There's fencing. There's not concrete.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's wrong. He could definitely turn in and back out of there, but I appreciate. I mean, that's your opinion. I definitely think.
No. I just wanted to bring up the
but no doubt, I gotta. I'm trying to stick to the time limits a little strict.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll let you go.
You're good, Donna. Anybody?
All right.
Yeah, no doubt, Donna. God bless you. I appreciate you calling in.
You too.
But
all right,
you can call back if nobody else is, and then, like I said,
all
I
right.
might even open the pen. It depends. Get some
okay.
sparked up.
Sounds good.
Going.
I'll be here.
No doubt. Thank you, Donna.
All
Love
right.
you. Appreciate it calling in. 775. You're live. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV. Emery.
How you doing, Emery?
I'm great. How are you?
Hanging in there, Just decided to get on tonight and hang out with you guys. What's going on?
Excellent. Well, I've never called in before, but I wanted to find out if all y'all have seen that post today. I can't remember which creator. I'm terrible at that. But she discovered and has a receipt that she posted a link to where Emma left a note on Rank Kopaka's. It was either a GoFundMe link or an obituary page, where she left a little note saying, "I will miss bringing you your favorite foods." There was other things to it, but that was the main point that I wanted to bring out to it. So if anyone's saying that there's not a connection between Brent Kopaka and all this, that might throw a wrench into that.
So what about Brent Kopaka again?
Emma, right?
Right. So what about Emma and Brent?
She left a note on his obituary page, or maybe it was a GoFundMe page.
Yeah, but any troll could go on there.
Yeah, but you can go in. I'm telling you can go and check out the receipt yourself.
No, I get that, but send it to me. What makes you think that that's actually her? Because anybody can make an account and make up that type of narrative. But where's the proof that was actually her that did that?
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking you if you want to go check it out.
I would love to look at it.
Yeah, I don't have a computer to be able to do that. Let me see if I can remember and look at who that creator was, and I will shoot it to you in the comments.
Yes, ma'am. If you can find that, I would love to look at it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying in general, that's the first thing I think when I hear about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I need a good creator like you to find out if it's real, because I don't have a computer like that.
And I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. That's the best thing to always do, because we want to fact check it. We want to see if it has any relevance. Did that happen that way?
You bet.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. If you can find that, I would, like I said, I'm definitely want to take a look at that.
Yeah, I'll hop down for a second and get off get off of here and look for that. I just saw it a couple hours ago, so probably several people have seen it. If anyone else in chat's seen it, go ahead and leave it. I'll go see if I can find it again, and I'll come back into chat.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a great life.
You too. Thank you. God bless her. Lock your doors. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. I just don't think there's any relevance with, like I said, I just don't think there's any relevance with that. But if there is in some type of way, I would love to look at it and see it. I just never came across it. I've never, it's never been no receipt has ever checked out when it comes to that. So it's like, man, why do we continue to drag this Army vet through the mud? 646, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV, how's it going? It's Hollis.
Hollis, what is going on, Hollis?
All right. Not much. Listen, I just want to spew this off in one big quick shot. So I wrote down circumstantial evidence, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So let me go. DNA on knife sheath, 12 phone pings before the murder, pings the morning of the murder, and possible pings the following day on the 14th when the guy was given his news report. Turns the phone on and off during the crimes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of considered an absence of evidence that's incriminating because his car was pinging there.
Right.
So it shows that he was trying to hide his actions. The Walgreens Dickie receipt, the Amazon K-Bar purchase, the Amazon Sheath purchase, his PhD questionnaire with quote-unquote goals, G-O-A-L-S. That's a little sus, as in being goals. A witness saw him. There was a latent footprint. He brought his own car to and from the crime scene. He's immersed in criminology. He always had to be the smartest person in the room.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know if he was a virgin, but there were no obvious girlfriends, possibly an incel. Why did he drive all that way around to go home the morning after the murders? No alibi. His teenage writings. I'm just going to throw in there the Handmaid's Tale book with the photo in the front row and the page 118, underlined and attending the Handmaid's Tale book, whatever he attended.
Right.
The throwing garbage in a Pennsylvania neighbor's trash, wearing gloves 24/7 on the travels, hiding possible scratches, and DNA for sure not being left behind. Changed his license plates, the back only was what he had, 5 days after the murders.
Yeah.
They occurred on 11/13. On 11/18, he put in paperwork to put in to register for the Washington State, and on 11/25, they located his 2015 Elantra. He trained for a security guard position, but didn't pass the psych evaluation, thank goodness, because he was trying to get hired at an elementary school. His own sister went to check out his vehicle to just see if it could be him.
Mm-hmm.
99.9998% of the population is excluded from the suspect being nothing but being excluded except for the biological son of Mr. Koberger. IDs, whether they're 2 or 10, in a box, in a glove, were in the PCA, so they are part of the evidence. And then I'm starting to think there might be and I looked up the word, a metallurgical analysis of possibly maybe a missing part of the K-bar knife, because I found out that during an autopsy, they do a full body x-ray, especially with stabbing victims, because if it was used 4 times, it could have broken down, pieces could have been left, and even without the knife, based on that piece, they can find the manufacturer, where the knife was sold, and who purchased it. And that was 2 pages of circumstantial evidence.
And in January or February, the Amazon receipt got leaked from and I would love to ask this creator that is on top of these documents in a lot of different cases, not just this case. He's on top of documents, and he had dropped the Amazon receipt or something about that Amazon receipt very early, before Dateline, before any of that. So, just, I don't know. It just resonates with me a little bit.
So then I had questions I wanted answered, so I looked some answers up. If your Wi-Fi is open, you do not need a password. No. Just push the WBS button on the back of the router and someone can easily see your internet activity. So if he was in there earlier, he could have done anything. Now, did he have cameras set up in that house earlier? Well, I wasn't expecting that. I don't know. Right?
Mhm.
I wondered if Kaylee was on the phone with Olivia when she was taking Murphy out. But I dug it up and I found out that Olivia actually, here it is, I'm turning pages. Oh, here we go. Olivia said she confirmed Maddie and Kaylee's safe arrival based on a Ring camera video she requested from a neighbor on 11/22/2022.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's interesting because I would love to see whose Ring camera that was and if that is in fact actually true.
Yeah.
Oh, and the other thing was he was very dominant over his parents. That was another kind of psychological blah, 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 blah. Now, the other thing was, is it true that Xana's debit card had the DoorDash order on it? And I looked at the PCA very closely, and it says she ordered.
Mhm.
She ordered. So that's what we know with that. When it says about Dylan, people thinking Dylan saw him walking through the sliding glass door, it says that she saw him heading towards the sliding glass door. Then she shut her door. So whether he went out that door or not, we do not know based off of Dylan's statement in the PCA. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and if we're going,
And the other
go ahead.
And the other thing is in Pullman, Washington, the spare empty room was locked until the new tenant was supposed to rent it and be given the keys.
Mhm.
But the landlord opened that door for them. The same thing was with Brian Koberger's bedroom door was also locked in his Pullman, Washington apartment. And the guy opened those doors too so they wouldn't have to bust through those doors. Does that make sense?
No, I just,
And then the only thing, and then the only thing I question is,
Mhm.
if the latent print was found by luminol, did he scooch across the flooring, trying to clean his shoes off as he traveled from one incident to the next? And then when he stepped into the kitchen, which might have been tiling, because I don't know what all the floor surfaces were, but then he obviously, if that was a latent print, it wasn't there visible. So it had to have been cleaned up. Could he have ran the sink with water and cleaned that print up and then threw it in with all his other junk before he left? Because they had to actually spray luminol on it to find that latent shoe print in the kitchen. So how did he get around the house without getting, or do we just not know that? I mean, I don't know.
Me, it sounds like
I don't know how he maneuvered from one place to the other without having footprints everywhere.
This, Hollis. I'm gonna leave it at this. I think that he parked right between the Queen Road and the Queen Road apartments that we seen the circle around 3 times. I think he parked right there and went in, and then came out and jumped in. Now, could I be wrong? Absolutely, 100%. But I speculate that he parked there because if you park on that little cut side right there, you can easily come out that back slider and go right up. You know what I'm saying? And just go up a little bit, jump in your car, and get out of there.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I'm talking about footprints inside the house. That's what's confusing me.
Mm-hmm.
Are we just to assume that they just put a latent shoe print from, outside Dylan's door, which could be actually because her door does face the kitchen.
Right.
And they were bending down in the kitchen. I still think he threw that shower curtain out and just stepped in the middle and stripped everything off and wrapped it up and probably had clothes underneath. And I do think he walked out the back door. And I think that's why they can't find anything in the car. I think he popped his trunk, had everything nicely wrapped up in a bag. And then when he saw his opportunity to pull over somewhere and burn it, that's what he did. And I don't think there's going to be a lot of DNA in that car, but that's just me. And then that's all I was kind of digging up to and then I found out about the pool party. So here's the deal. The pool party was July 8th. It was in Washington. It was a neighbor of his that his father had asked him, hey, can you take Brian out and meet some friends and buddies or whatever? So his neighbor invited him to the pool party. And so he went to the pool party, and the neighbor was interviewed, and I don't know who the neighbor's name is, but it did state that his wife thought BK was very weird, and she just was put off by his presence. Yeah. So that's what I got. That's all I got. Oh, and the other thing is, I'm wondering if he got new tires in Pennsylvania, and if so, which tires did he get new?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, so I've got all these questions, and I'm trying to look them all up and answer them, and actually have, legit answers, not just roundabout willy-nilly answers. But
Right.
I found a lot of this stuff interesting, but I decided just to make a list of just the circumstantial evidence. And I just went off my own head and was on one page, and I flipped it, got through the second page, and then I started looking through the PCA, so I added more. And I've got 2 pages of circumstantial evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just all I got to say. Can I get a bing bong?
I don't have it on this computer. It's on my other one.
I need that.
I'll get it again.
All right.
I have to re-download it, You know what I mean?
Okay, so I know I threw a ton out there, and my timer went off. So
I'm trying to.
I don't know. Everyone can just
like 5 minutes ago, but it's all right. I'm trying to read.
I know, but it went off too long. I need to let other people.
I know. I'm trying to fix this photo that Jeff sent for the call-in up top, but I can't get it played.
Oh,
I have it. I'm trying.
You mean the one in the You mean the one in the daylight where the reporter's there on the morning of the 14th that everybody got confused?
I have it on the screen. I'm talking about with the number at the top.
Oh.
It looks better.
That one?
I have it across the screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to size it up top like I have this one, but it's not.
Right.
It's popping up in the middle of the screen, so it's not letting me move it at all. Maybe I can move it like this. Let me see.
I don't know people saying, oh, I see 4 people in the car. Oh, I see bushy. I don't see shit. I see car lights. And then only when Jeff pulls it out, whatever he did, his magic, and pulled the car out, did I even see the shape of. Oh, and I got stuff about that car model, by the way, just so people who want to kind of blame law enforcement for not getting the year of the model exactly right. Here's the thing. On 11/13, they were looking for a 2011 to a 2013. Then it's changed to a 2011 to a 2016. Then it changed to a 2014 to a 2016. And then on 11/29 was when his 2015 Pullman, Washington Elantra was reported. So they went through a variety of years there. So people got to give them a little bit of slack,
Well,
that's just my opinion.
The problem is too, and another thing that me and Jennifer talked about earlier, and I'm glad she brought it to my point, because I was like, I'm going to be covering a lot of other cases, but I said I've been covering this one for some reason. I feel like without us coming live on here and me going live on, I feel like all the other, a lot of the other channels that cover this case, they just run with this. There's more to it, and there's more this, that, and the third. And I feel like, in my opinion, and I don't care who comes on here and has their own opinion about whoever, if they don't think Brian Kohlberger did it, cool. We can respectfully disagree and have a respectful conversation, but I like to keep it about the victims. And I absolutely do think they got the right person. I absolutely do think that they will prove their case in that courtroom. I absolutely do believe what I see on paper. I'm not over here trying to pick out inconsistencies that are in the PCA, because there's not. I mean, people, the inconsistencies that people picked out aren't even really inconsistencies to me. Phone pings and this, that, and the third. Like, I think Jennifer did a great breakdown on the phone pings. I think she did a wonderful breakdown, and it actually, some people need to listen to that, because what she said is legit. You know what I mean? What she said was legit on that. She broke it down.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, she answered a lot of questions. A lot of the little things she said ring true into my little brain of, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. And the one other thing was I actually dug up his PhD questionnaire today, and I printed it out. And I just found one thing that was really kind of weird. And it was question number 28, and it was how I generally feel. And there were 10 things he listed. And you're supposed to either put almost never, sometimes often, or almost always.
Mhm.
But this was his 10 questions on how I generally feel. Number 1, I am quick-tempered. Number 2, I have a fiery temper. Number 3, I am a hot-headed person. Number 4, I get angry when I'm slowed down by others' mistakes. Number 5, I feel annoyed when I am not given recognition for doing good work.
Yeah.
Number 6, I fly off the handle. Number 7, when I get mad, I say nasty things. Number 8, it makes me furious when I am criticized in front of others. Number 9, when I get frustrated, I feel like hitting someone. And number 10, I feel infuriated when I do a good job and get a poor evaluation.
No doubt. And we'll leave it on the mic drop.
Now, I know, right? I don't think those would be, I just don't think those would be my 10 questions on how do you feel, but I'm just saying that.
But you know what?
know?
We'll do it this way. 5 minutes. When 5 minutes goes on, the next person that calls, we'll pass the phone. We're going to play pass the phone tonight. Whoever wants to call in and take over.
All right. Somebody call in because I'm done. I said my piece.
No, I'm dead serious. Like, we'll rock 5. I'm going to do 5 minutes. And after that, whoever calls, like, you get dropped after that. I'm going to say, God bless you and move on.
All right. Well, I need to be dropped because I've gone over my 5 minutes.
Yeah, but nobody's calling right now. I just took it off do not disturb, so maybe they do. Loving this caller interacting facts. This caller is so cool. Could listen to her the entire show. Oh, hi.
Well, number 9. All right. So number 19 of his questionnaire was, what was the first move you made in order to accomplish your goal?
Oh,
and number 20 was,
somebody's calling.
How did you accomplish your goal? Bye.
Love you.
I find goals to be weird.
No doubt. Shout out to Hollis. 870. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, what up, T-REV?
What's the word? What's going on?
Yeah. Not much. It's Boss Macker, man.
Boss Macker in the building. What's going on? For the one time, what it is?
Man, it's free 99, so go ahead and hit that like button, man.
So what's going on, brother? Talk to me.
First of all, I would like to congratulate my daughter. She got accepted to WSU. I'm super proud of her. So she'll be starting school here in Pullman here pretty soon. Congratulations
to your daughter, man. Maybe this is why the case hits, so hard for you.
Oh, well, yeah, because like I said, I'm from that region. I'm from that area. I've been to Moscow, Pullman, all that. I grew up. I know every square inch of that whole area, so it's very relative to me.
So how far would you say you were from where BK lived in, the whole ordeal?
Pullman?
Yeah.
Geez. Probably what? Pullman's about what? How long? How far is it? Like an hour, if that. Just depending on who's driving, like 45 minutes. I remember times I would do it in 45 minutes, but about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Moscow. They're both about the same distance. There's 2 different separate routes. Spokane's kind of like in the middle, north, in the middle, like if you can imagine a Y. And, so it's like you have 95 and then you got, what is that, 395 or 195, the other one that takes you down there. But anyways, one thing I want to, I'm real curious about that I've heard no one talk about is we all can imagine how he left, and everyone speculates he went out the back sliding door, but no one's talking about how he got up in that house. How did he get in that house, bro? Okay, that's one thing that's been bothering me. If it's him or them. Then my other thing is, it's like, bro, we live in 2023. If I go rob a bank right now and I'm dumb enough to leave my plates, bro, that stuff's gonna be blasted all over the news, Facebook, TikToks and TalkTiks and Twitters and everything else within a matter of 45 minutes to an hour.
My man said,
you know what I mean? So with all these cameras and everyone speculating, oh, he had his back license plate. Oh, he didn't have a front plate. Okay, well, if that's the case, And if the police were really doing their due diligence, they should have had the community notified of who the perpetrator was within a matter of hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense all around.
They would have had him in a matter of hours?
They would have had his information posted in a matter of hours if they had his life. There wouldn't have been no guessing of if it's a 2011 to 2016. They would have just read his plates, and the registration would have came back and said that it was a 2015 white Elantra owning to Brian Kopacka. You know, if it's just, you know, there's so many cameras around there. Even their neighbors had cameras, and there's cameras this and cameras that. But why did it take so long?
Can I ask you something, boss? Why do people think Brent is involved? Like, what is it?
It's because there's too many coincidences in the situation. Really, I'm one of the first ones that even highlighted it when it happened. Because remember, like I said, I'm tied into all the news feeds there. So it's like when that situation happened, I knew about it instantly. And I remember, like, I don't know if it was this show or whatever show I went on, I was trying to tell people about it. Like, oh, no, that's totally different. It has nothing to do with this. So I'm like, bro, you people don't understand. It's right down the street. So it's like, there's too many coincidences. I mean, there's been no witness statements. I mean, come on, dude. None of the roommates have came out and publicly said anything. No neighbors have came out and said anything. That's a pretty
a gag order, correct?
I mean, dude, they can't silence. We have the right to speak. You know, a person has the right to speak.
Yeah.
And the other odd thing about it is they say it was WSU cops that sniped him out. Like, why not Pullman police? Why the campus police sniping? You know,
I gotta stand behind the guy that served our country until I figure out otherwise, man. Like that,
bro. I'm a veteran too. I'm a veteran. I served my country,
and I would be doing the same for you. I would be standing behind until somebody showed me hard proof that says otherwise.
Yeah, I don't really speculate on it. I don't really know. But like I said, in this whole situation, there's so many coincidences, and it's hard not to, because we're not getting the information that we need. So when you don't get the information that you need, you start to speculate.
Yeah.
You know, so that's why. And plus, with so many coincidences, I mean, we live in a world where everything that's presented to us isn't truthful. So we as, you know, truth seekers need to turn over every stone. You know, and if we're wrong, shit, we're wrong. But, you know, if we're right, then it's just, once again, proof that the system is corrupt that we live in. And it's nothing is really ever what it seems.
I got you. Yeah, man. Hey, it's a lot of stuff with this case, man. I just don't know, man. I got to see something that makes me believe that he was involved, because I've yet to see one thing, man. And I've had people send me so many different alleged receipts, but nothing ever checks out to be correct. You know what I'm saying? Because you, me, anyone in chat can make an account and go on and any website that Brent was on or wherever we can comment and put stuff there. So for, you know what I mean? Like, I just can't believe something like I need to see them. I got to see some type of evidence. You know what I mean? If he was on her friends list and this, that, and the third, and they had some type of weird conversation about I don't know. I just have to see something that would capture my attention. And I haven't seen that with that. You know what I mean?
Right. We haven't seen it. Yeah, we haven't even seen it with the suspected killer. So that's why I don't even.
His DNA is at the scene, though. So that's why his DNA is his whip allegedly rolling around that joint. I mean, there's a connection there because the dude don't got no bail. So I feel like there is a connection. There's more of a connection to him than there is Brent. All we know is killed by police, and the dude struggled from PTSD. You know what I'm saying? And then you got YouTubers dragging this dude's face to the mud when it's speculation. But at the same time, they're not understanding the backlash of all the families, just like Jack. Like when we were blaming Jack and thought Jack and them had something to do with this. You know what I'm saying? Like, there can't be that many people involved in this case. There can't be 8 to 10 people involved and people's mouths be closed, man. I just don't see that.
Yeah, I've never suspected any of these students or young kids to be a part of any of this stuff. And, you know, just kind of like what you said, we see BK driving around.
Gray Hughes, tell Gray Hughes to eat a. Never mind. He was talking.
But you know, if we see Kohlberger driving around, then we should have his license plate, right?
That's a fact. They should have his license plate. They should have something. You know, they should have definitely have something.
We haven't seen it yet, right?
Agreed. They should have something, bro. Like, they should have something. We haven't seen it, and it's probably sealed away. And if they don't, I mean, like I said, man, when it comes down to this trial, we'll figure it out, because they're gonna set stuff up till trial, bro. But I mean, DNA is enough for me to. DNA never lies, man. People can say planted this, that, and the third, or he sold this, that, and the third. But this dude's whip that he's driving in Elantra, knife sheath, his. I mean, he didn't have the roommate, right? I mean, what is that? Like, allegedly box or IDs found in the glove in a box. There's just so many different things that it's like, man, this is the guy. I think
it's impossible for them to find trace DNA on the metal and not find trace DNA on the leather sheath. You know, that's porous. You know, you would have had to soak that thing in bleach or something weird like that in order to eliminate all DNA on the leather sheath. So how is it that they find trace DNA on the button on metal and they don't find it on any of the leather?
That's just because did he wipe it down? What happened with that? I don't know.
I mean, bro, you can't just wipe DNA off of no leather. You could wipe it off of a button that's not a porous, you know, that's metal. That's not porous, but leather is porous. It has little pores. And if there's going to be trace DNA on the button, there would have to be trace DNA on the leather sheath, in my opinion. I'm not a professional.
We hit the 5-minute mark, so when somebody calls in, I'll switch over. But keep going until somebody calls in. You're good.
And you know, I have to throw it in there too. I'm still sticking to my guns. We still need to see that 8/16 body cam footage from when the police pulled him over. Because, like I said, if there's any possibility that they could have him, that would have been their opportunity to do it. You know, they would have had to have interacted with him previously, and since they have interacted with him previously, I can't help but to think that
ain't no doubt.
You know,
somebody's calling in, boss. You know, I don't mean to cut you, but I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you. Lock your doors. If you want to call back, you know you're more than welcome to.
Already, T-REV. Keep it pushing, man.
No doubt, my boy. I'm going to talk to you soon. Shout out to Boss. What's going on, 4AO? You on the show?
Hi, T-REV. It's Patty.
Patty, what is going on? Grandma Patty calling in.
Guess what? I joined the 21st century.
You joined the 21st.
I got a phone.
Whoa, that was within a day or two. What's going on? I'm so.
Yeah, I told you it was coming up soon, and today was the day.
Thank you, love over hate. I appreciate you. So, Grandma Patty, talk to us. You joined us.
Yeah, and last night I was watching you. I'm at my son's house, taking care of his house and his fur babies, and but I couldn't call in because I wasn't at home with my landline. But anyway, I was worried about you and Pop Sal and with that lady, what all happened with her, you know, and what she did and all that. And you guys were on my mind when I went to sleep. And I just wanted to make sure Pop Sal was okay too. Yep. And that's all I really wanted to say is just, I love you guys.
Can you believe
I worry about you?
Were lied to, Grandma Patty?
Pardon me?
Can you believe that we were lied to by that woman?
No, it's unbelievable. I mean, why would you? I just can't imagine anybody doing something like that. I know in my life I've told little white lies. Like one day, this lady came out of the dressing room at the store and at the department store, and she had on this beautiful dress. And she said she was going to a wedding, and she said, "Does my butt look too big?" Mm-hmm. And I said, "No, you look really good," because I didn't want to ruin her day. But that's like, you know, that's just a little white lie, because I'm sorry, anything she would have worn, she had kind of a big butt, you know. But that kind of lie I think you can overlook because you don't want to hurt somebody's feelings. But this other lady, oh my goodness, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah,
And
we were, sad situation, but I know I didn't hear from you on it, but I just, maybe you didn't hear about it. I wanted to let you know that, man, we were duped, but at least the GoFundMe was the right GoFundMe,
yes, yeah, something good came out of it. But I know I remember watching Papa Sal on there, and he really took it to heart. I didn't get to hear the interview or anything, but so I worried about you guys, and I just wanted to know that I prayed for you all.
Thank you, Grandma Patty. I appreciate that. I really do. Now, what's on your mind tonight? You just wanted to let us know you joined us finally on this on the news.
Yes, I wanted you to know I joined the 21st century finally.
What's your name in chat? You got to make it Grandma Patty. Come on.
I'm gonna do it. Yes, I am. My granddaughter's gonna help me with all of that.
Well, I can't wait to see you in there, and then I'll be able to pull your comments up.
Okay. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, and that I love you guys.
We love you back, Grandma Patty. Thank you so much for calling in. God bless you, and play that piano singing to the moon.
Okay, I sure will, grandson, just for you.
Thank you so much. I love you, Grandma Patty.
Okay, love you too. Bye-bye.
Shout out to Grandma Patty. Now listen, we have an important video to check out real quick. All right, this is 1320. This is going to help us here, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to help us. Let me get the timer off the screen. This is 1320 Linda Lane, number 4 view. We need to check this out. Let's check it out. Because this is going to help us validate, is this really the parking lot? Let's dive in deep. Let's find out if that is the parking lot, because that is a heavy debate still. Well, the footage, we believe it's the footage. Some people don't believe it's the footage. There we go. Full view right here.
So this is Linda Lane number 4. It's the bottom unit. So in here's the kitchen. Over here is the storage closet. Then to the left is the bathroom. And then the first bedroom.
$13.20 Linda Lane, by the way. Shout out to Jeff for sending this to me, by the way. Shout out to Jeff.
Second bedroom.
Oh, let me read a couple comments. It says it's also possible that Brian was trying to frame Kopacka and something happened that falsely implicated Kopacka and someone threatened to turn him in and he snapped Sue to PTSD. I don't know, though, because he was already on the road, right? That's just my opinion.
If you want to come with me, I'll show you where the laundry room is.
I love the respectful debate. Shout out to Boss. Never have a problem with it. All right, now this is the location right here, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so as you see the fence here. Right, hold on. Let me make it big screen. You see, this is the fence that's in the video on the Linda Lane footage. This is the fence. Now let's see. Do we think that's it?
Where the mail is.
Thank you, Granny. I gotta know, Granny. Happy she got a phone.
This is the laundry room. It's $2.25 to wash and $1.25 to dry. So the edge of campus is right at the end of this street.
Hold up.
And if you're
Hold up. We're looking at this is the garbage can. Look. Wow. Perfect. Thank you, Jeff, for sending this in. Correct me if I'm wrong, ladies and gentlemen, but is this the footage where the sunroof with that vehicle that we think is a BMW came down this street right here hit a U-turn and went back down, right? Isn't this the same exact location? Yes or no in chat? Is that the same location with the garbage can footage? Just curious. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Kind of a big butt. Kind of a big butt. You're talking about the caller. 219-885-9693. The phone lines are open, so if you do want to call in, you can call in. I just wanted to play that video and go over it real quick. Just Larry, thank you. I appreciate you. Everybody showing love in chat. Good job keeping it real. Keep it quick. Ignore any news. Voice for the voiceless, man. Rev Game, home of the voice for the voiceless. Straight up. 573, you're on with me. What's going on?
Hey T, it's Nick.
How's it going, Nick? So talk to us.
I had sent you an email earlier about I have like a private type thing. This is not a promotion at all. I keep it very private, guarded. I like it that way. People like to share when it's private and guarded. But in that little funny group, and I'm not going to say what it is, we actually discussed today 3 different things that seemed like it was women preying on victims to get fame. And one of those things was I had mentioned your situation.
The 40, were you like 45 minutes in? Is that what the email?
Yep, that was me.
Okay, I did get it. I just want you to know I did get it.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that. And obviously you read it because that's exactly when I timestamped it for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I was just upset because I know how emotionally invested, not that everybody isn't here, and myself. I know how emotionally invested we are with that, and to know that, that we were duped and lied to for an hour and 40 minutes by some woman that fantasized being Xana Kernodle's grandma, it absolutely disgusts me. I mean, I'm so happy that the funds went to the right person. And like I said, that right person will be a guest Monday, and he's probably listening now. Thank you, Todd. Shout out to you. Can't wait to have you and your daughter, Sydney, on that scene in the video with Xana. But yeah, I can't wait to have him on. But yeah, I'm hurt over that.
Please, if you did see the video, I don't want my channel advertised at all.
Oh, I know. I respected that. I respected that.
But I want you to know that everyone in that group today that saw that, we all were actively upset, and we all were totally supportive towards you. And the thing that I had brought up in that chat was the way she used your past against you. I don't want to get too deep in it because I don't know what you're comfortable discussing. I don't want to make it uncomfortable for you.
You're fine.
But my concern was she used your feelings against you to get her fucking foot in the door. Sorry for my language.
No, you're fine. You're an open platform. Speak how you want.
I just want to check on you and make sure you're doing okay, because that was all of our concern too. Was this guy got his trauma used against him for somebody to try to get their 2 hours of fame because he's successful and he's doing good things in the world, and they're going to use that against him. Like, that was our whole thing, and that's why we were so upset. And I just honestly, like, my husband here is ready to go to bed, and I was like, babe, there's a 5-minute cutoff. I'm going to call in. I got to check and make sure everything's okay, because I want him to know it was nothing but respect and love from everybody in my group today. But it was, I wanted to make sure you were all right. And that, even my son, who I don't let him on camera at all, but he heard just from like being in the house and stuff like that while I was live, it was, Mom, that's not right. What that lady did is so bad. And I was like, I know, honey, and there's bad people in this world, and they're going to do that. And he goes, I heard that. He didn't talk about himself at all. He was worried about everybody else getting fooled, but he didn't talk about himself. And I said, yeah, I know, honey. That's why we were talking about it today. And that's why I said everybody needs to go to T-REV's channel and show him all the love in the world and let him know that you back him and you support him and you understand what he was trying to do. and you're going to be there. That's why I said that. And he goes, well, I think that's a good thing. And I think what he did was a good thing too, because that girl gets to go to school now because of him and because of that girl that's not alive anymore. And I mean, that's coming from a child's mouth. I can't think of anything more pure or innocent, that's coming from my son.
Shout out to your son. What a big heart. I don't know how old he is, but he has a big heart. I know that just based off what you just told me.
He's got the biggest heart in the world. He wants to be a veterinarian, and he wants to take in stray dogs and train them to be service animals and give them for free to kids that have been abused or kids with disabilities. That way they don't have to pay $6,000 to get a service animal.
Chat's like asking who you are, and I'm like, man, she doesn't want, because, based off what I went and watched earlier, and I seen it, like I told you, I was able to tell you just now, like when I seen it, I was like, man, thank the people that support, like it warmed my heart, and that's why I'm not struggling with it, because I have, I was able to talk to Todd, but I was mad last night, and I almost didn't go live yesterday, and wasn't even going to go live last night, but it was like the pin was pulled out of the grenade, and I was just like, I'm ready. I need to tell everybody, that we were fooled for an hour and 40 minutes and lied to, and somebody pretend to be somebody's grandma. Like it was just absolutely disgusting. And I appreciate the support from everybody, but that just shows that vetting needs to be took another step. You know what I mean? It needs to be took another step. I mean, I even looked up the gym. I looked up what was going on with the GoFundMe. His wife was into the gym. He's got all these girls that he's pushing for gymnastics. He's been on the news clips. So it's like, I did this, and I also had seen her Facebook, even without her knowing that I seen her Facebook, because I looked it up. I looked her number up.
Right. Crazy. I mean, I know you're busy, so you probably didn't get time to watch the whole thing. Mm-hmm. But I want you to know that it was 100% like, this man's not talking about his own grief that he's going through with this. And I also, I have a thing where I have an antique box of what are probably toxic gold stars from like the 1940s. I don't know why I still have them, but I do. And I was like, you know what? Okay, if I die tonight licking this gold sticker and trying to stick it on I have a My Little Pony figurine that I keep next to my camera, so I remember to look at the camera instead of my screen. I said, if I'm going to do this anyways, this is for T-REV, this is for Gannon's mama, this is for Rudy, this is for everybody we're discussing in this thing today. This is for everybody who suffered and been strong enough, and I included you in that. I said, this is your gold star. You're one of us. Like,
I think you're doing a great job with what you're doing over there, by the way, too.
Thank you. And I really appreciate you not mentioning the channel or anything like that, or redirecting, because I feel like right now it's still a budding thing. And I know how much the people that are in that group right now really do value that privacy, and that's what makes them feel safe enough to share their stories. So that's not what I'm going toward, but I really want, like, I sent it to you privately instead of in like a comment or something like that, so you would at least see it, but you would know you are part of our tribe. We are proud of you, and that I meant what I said at the end of that, where whatever you're going through is not the hardest thing you've been through.
Oh no, not at all. And
right,
my head's above my shoulder.
You made it through that. You're going to keep going. You're going to be strong, and it can only get better. And the same thing for all of these people involved in these situations. The hardest part, the worst of the worst, has already happened, and you made it through that. Take a breath, take a step back, put one foot forward, and just take it one step at a time, because you've already got the skills and the strength to get through that. You can handle the rest.
Absolutely. And you're on point with that. And that's a mic drop moment right there. That's a mic drop moment. Thank you so much. I want to send my thanks to everybody that was part of that, by the way. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to mention it and put it
right.
Up there, but
please don't. No. Please
I
don't.
seen it.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that so much.
No
doubt.
Private. No doubt. Thank you guys, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys doing that. So thank you so much. God bless you, and hopefully I hear from you again. And definitely keep in contact because I did see your email. If you have any questions or need any help with anything, reach out to me.
Absolutely, 100%, and just keep doing what you're doing because obviously, look at your fan base. Everybody loves you, and there's a reason for that. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Stay strong, brother.
God bless. You too, sis.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Beautiful phone call. 219-885-9693. Vet who you're talking to. Don't just bring people up on your channel, man. It's like, it's a lesson. Show ID. You know what I mean? She's just like WSU Kim. I hate to break it. I mean, even though the GoFundMe was the right thing, it's like WSU Kim all over again. 951, what's going on? You're live.
Hello, brother.
What's going on, Papa?
Hey, that lady, my heart goes out to her. She's a beautiful woman. Very, very beautiful.
They made they did a beautiful thing. I'm not gonna put out their channel, but yeah, because she asked me respectfully not to, so I'm gonna hold it.
Yeah. You know, when I seen you on Discord that day and you said, Papa Sal, this is gonna break your heart, I had no idea what you were gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
And you kept us like, well, we didn't know, you know?
Right.
And let me tell you something. See, she was the fucking last thing that came to my mind. One of our family members said, I have a feeling I know who it is, but we never discussed who it was.
Right.
When you came out and said it was Angel Girl, my fucking heart just dropped. I mean, I can't even say I was mad. All I kept thinking about was the last 2 nights I had her on the phone 2 hours at a time.
Oh my God, Papa.
Telling me everything, how she's got brain tumors. She wants to get her daughter.
You didn't tell me this. This is different now.
No, listen, T. Listen to me. She told me she wanted to get her daughter a graduation gift.
Uh-huh.
So I said, well, and she said she couldn't afford it. I said, well, tell me what you want to get her, and we'll get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She said she would get back with me. She told me her name was Patty. And she sent me a picture of her. She's 59 years old. I was willing to help her financially with whatever she needed. She told me she was on Section 8. I felt bad. She had a little cricket phone. I was going to buy her a phone. I was going to do all these things. At night, T, after I got off the phone with her, I would go to bed crying. Like this poor lady.
You're making it worse right now. Man, that's crazy.
Oh,
yeah, I'm not saying you're making it worse, but you're telling me this, and I didn't know this. Speaking on this last night.
No. You know what? That night that you were.
So she was manipulating you too, and almost you were about to do things for her, and she was taking it.
I don't. Well, if you want to call it that, but I kept telling her, "Don't worry, I will financially help you, and I'll figure out a way where if it's too much for me, we'll get something going for you." I was telling her all this stuff, and she was making me cry. I told her about how I grew up. She told me she loved my voice, that I reminded her of her grandfather. And I mean, it just kept going on and on. And I'm telling you, T, I'm not the type of guy that, I get sentimental. Yeah, I do. But to cry like I did for those couple of nights, she had me in tears.
But
My pillow
I think that she was
wet.
that had you calling and talking to, like, who else was she manipulating on the side? I didn't even know about this. This is new to me right now. But it's not surprising, being how I was manipulated to put up this content, and she put up videos and had videos of or pictures of Kaylee and had pictures wrong. Like, this woman is mental.
I have all those pictures and videos. She sent them to me too. And you know what? I wasn't mad until I started really thinking about it. It wasn't what she could have done to me. It was what she did to you. That's what got me mad. And the family and everybody so trying to help her and feeling sorry for her and listening to her stories. That's what pissed me off when I would think about it. But I want everybody to know that's been asking about me and telling you that they're worried about me. I'm fine. I'm fine. I let shit bounce off me. You know, I'm good. I'm good. So don't worry about me. I'm fine.
What is wrong with people? Like Erica just said, like, what is wrong with people, man? I don't understand this. Like, this, I mean, I get it. Like, I get, okay, she did this, and you know, me and Todd were talking, and we're exchanging like why maybe she would have done this, but I was, thinking, did she do this because people were talking about them, doing drugs or something, and she wanted to take but lying is lying. I don't care if it's in the good for the victims or the bad for the victims. It's wrong either way, and that's what I'm trying to tell people. If you're doing something that's not what it is, if you're saying that you're a family member of the victim, or you're pointing the finger at somebody with zero receipts, I feel like that's wrong. If you're making one of the victims out to be a drug dealer with zero receipts, I feel like that's a problem.
Yeah. And that's what she didn't want. She didn't want Xana's name to be affiliated with selling drugs or anything. Oh, T, you had to hear the stuff that she was telling me. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. And my heart, that day that we found out, I was going to call in at midnight, but you know what? I couldn't. I didn't have the strength. My head wasn't right. I just couldn't call in, so I just went to bed and figured I'd sleep it off, and tomorrow's another day, you know? But I worried about you and the family, and that's what got me a little fucking pissed off. That.
Did you see this shot we got on the screen here? It's crazy, man.
I see in the house, the back. I see the house.
We got the all right. So we got the shot up here.
Yes.
Take a look.
Yes. Seen on T-REV. Yes.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying this is the shot that comes down that street. You swoop into that parking lot. You know what I'm saying?
And I know whoever, I'm sure it was him without a doubt, but he could easily have made a broken U-turn the way he did.
No, but hold up though. Hold up. So something's throwing me through a loop right now though. Because on one of the videos, can you drive through here? Can anybody find this and send it to me? Can you drive through here? Like, because on a video from 3 a.m. to 3 a.m. to 4 a.m., you see a car come around and do circles like this. It looks like there's something back there, but where would this take you?
Yes, you see a car. It looks like there's a little road or driveway or something where instead of where he made the left, you'll see cars going around like that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what is, like, I don't know, man. I'm so confused right now. I just want to find her and send the police to her house.
No. Listen. I was telling everybody, I know my time is up. I was telling everybody that no matter what it is that he's going to tell us, no matter what it is, We're Rev Gang strong, and we will get through this. Okay, we will get through this. That's what I was telling everybody. And then I was fucking hitting the breadbasket, knocked the fucking wind out of me.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, so she said that, you know, the thing is that bothered me with her, she said, Xana called me G-Ma. And it's like, man, like.
Well, you know what? In her defense now, hold on a second.
Man, there ain't shit in her defense.
Get the fuck out of here!
In her talking to me, I know.
There's no defense there, Papa. Stop it. Stop it.
Listen to me.
There's no defense.
She said that you were getting the G something mixed up. You were calling her grandma, and she was laughing about it over the phone. That you messed up you were calling her G grandma.
She said she called me G-Ma. What are you talking? I have the message right here.
No, all I'm telling you is what she told me over the phone. You know? I mean, these were like 2-hour conversations. 2 nights in a row. I mean, I was sick. I felt terrible. I offered to take her to dinner if she gets better. We'll go out and have a nice dinner.
She said like, she calls me G-Ma. Like, what? Stop, man.
I know. Well, all I could tell you is what she told me, you know.
She said G-Ma in the video. I'm almost positive. She called me G-Ma.
So she laughed about it over the phone.
Xana called me
I don't know. I'm just glad this whole fucking thing is over with. I really am. And we have to be strong. And listen to me, everybody. Don't get so hard. We're a loving group. We have to stay a loving group. What we have to do is be aware.
Way more aware.
Don't change.
No, there's no change in Papa, but there's no, you know, there's no. If somebody calls up and says, "Well, yeah, I'm Kaylee's sister," well, I'm gonna need you to jump up on camera and show me that you're Kaylee's sister, because other than that, I'm not taking your word at face value. If you don't show me, show me that you're her sister, if you don't show me that you're his brother, sister, I'm just saying in general for future reference. If you don't show me and you can't prove that to me, I don't care.
Right.
It's not happening.
That's the way it should be.
But
that's the way it should be.
I appreciate you, Papa Sal. I'm gonna get some more calls, and I know people are calling through. I love you, Papa.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Now you good, Papa? I love you, pal. I'll have you on again soon.
I love you.
I love you too, pal. If you have anything else, you're more than welcome to call back. That goes for anybody else. Shout out to Papa Sal.
Get the fuck out of here!
219-885-9693. What you're looking at right here is Jeff sent this over to me. Jeff does awesome video work. You can hit ! Jeff. It'll show you his channel. He does a lot of video work. He does editing on the footage that comes in. He zooms in. He gets good looks at everything. So, right, what you're looking at is the Queen Road Apartments, the way that you would come in, etc. Right? So it's right here allegedly is where he pulled up and backed in and backed out. Right? So that's what you're looking at. I just want to tell you, that's a high view of it. So this is a view. You could definitely pull in right here, back out, and go right out. Back up this way and go right back down. 757 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, Trev, it's Donna again.
Yes, what's going on, Donna?
That picture does wonders for my thought process. The aerial, because I can see where he's coming around the building and into that parking lot, right? But if you look at you remember the BMW or whatever that was coming down the road towards the dumpster?
Mm-hmm.
That's behind that last gray-colored building. You see the 2 long apartments, and then there's a gray building at the very end of all these gray buildings. On the other side of that building is that road with the dumpster. So there
Got a
has to be
closer
a
shot too on it for you.
there has to be a small pathway right there going to the next street, because there's no other street after that. And that street, that Linda Lane, goes all the way around that apartment complex. See, like, if you look real close to the building, you can see the asphalt goes all the way up.
Right.
So there's got to be like a passageway for like a one-lane area right there for cars to go through. Because if you look at Jeff's video of that BMW coming down, he makes the turn. He doesn't make a turn, but he proceeds to start making the turn to go down that lane, and he stops and makes a three-point turn and turns around.
Right.
But if he were to keep going, I think it's probably a one-way road, to be honest with you, because you have to go around. There's not enough room for two cars.
Yeah.
Because I know the way that you, on the live video of the travel up that road, that's a one-way street. So it's probably a full circle around those apartments. You just can't really see it real good, but when you backed off, I could see where I was making my mistake.
Right here is a closer look that Jeff sent in. You got it. Thank you, Jeff. And then this one is a further back look also. So
yeah, Jeff, that's exactly what, I needed to see that, because in the way I was picturing it in my mind, because one was daytime, one was nighttime, that concrete wall was messing with me. It was getting in the way of my thought process. But now that I see it from the aerial view from this direction, I can see where he came in and how he turned into the parking lot, and he could back up into that lane, that lane that goes up. Now he went back I guess he went back the other way, so maybe it's not a one-way street. But at 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever, I mean, nobody's really out, so that's probably something he just did on his own. But now I can see it. I can see where he could back in. He could pull in and back to the left, like up towards that gray building, and then take off. That's a great shot. Jeff does good work.
Yeah, the way that he was able to get this, I appreciate the hell out of it, because I couldn't find it.
Because when it's really, really close up, it kind of distorts the idea of the pattern of how everything's laid out. But when it's back like this, it really does show. Good job, Jeff.
And happy birthday, by the way, to Only Boss Brooklyn in here. I wanted to say that because I was on the phone when I seen it. So happy birthday.
It's 12:09.
Happy birthday to her. Shout out to her. Happy birthday. I want to put that out there. Thank you. And thank you for sending that in for your birthday. I feel like I need to send it back. Roop, thank you. I appreciate you. But yeah, no, this is a great shot. And I think
that is a great shot.
It really gives us a great look at what we're looking at when the camera comes into play. Because I really do think the camera is legit, or the footage, should I say? I think it's legit.
Me too.
I think him going in and backing out, or allegedly, if that is him, backing out at that time and going back the other way, driving around those apartments 3 times between 3 and 4 a.m. I mean, I really do think that's him. And if it's, I think we'll find that out when trial comes.
But this made it clear to me. I'm done with that, that theory that I was having because of this picture. This helped me out a great deal. This one and the one where the white car BMW, possibly what that is, but coming towards the dumpster. Yeah, I can see now exactly how that's laid out. So that's great. And I like your new graphics here.
Yeah, Jeff hooked it up.
T-REV. That was great.
Jeff hooked it up. He hooked that up. He hooked up the top overlay, man. Shout out to Jeff with the great graphic work.
Yeah, the graphics are great.
The great video work, the great everything, man. Jeff is just a solid guy, man. Rev Gang family all the way around. Loyal guy. Love him to death. And, man, we're pushing this channel, and he's rolling around to 2K. I mean, he was at 100 subscribers last week, and he deserves it with the wonderful work he does when I'm running lives, and he's just throwing me these emails, and I'm pulling up different visuals for you guys, man. Jeff does a great job. So really, go support Jeff. Support Jeff. If you support me, support Jeff. Jeff is a great guy. Love him.
All right. Well, thank you for the time, Rev.
Thank you, Donna. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. Lock your doors, and hey, maybe I'll hear from you again by the end of the night. You never know.
Yep.
God bless.
All right.
Shout out to her, man. 219-885-9693. There's a lot of things to talk about, you know. There is so much misinformation out here. You got people doing their own investigations. You got people creating different suspects, and it's still going on to today. I mean, you got Emma being talked about, being talked about. You got all these different suspects being created when we have somebody locked in, you know, jail right now. And I love to hear all sides. 333 from heaven, what's going on? Live.
Hey, T-REV, it's Delana. Can you hear me?
Delana, I can hear you just fine. What's going on?
Oh, good, good. Well, I dropped the map in Discord there that we have worked on the other day. Maris did it. And it's like the same, it's a little bit of different angle of what Steph just sent you.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look, I don't know if you can pull it up, but it shows where that camera is pointing at the BMW, and it shows where the camera is, which is where BK is coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And you can drive around those Queen Road apartments. There's a tree there in the map that we have, but it's there, the drive around from the Queen Road, and you can drive or behind those apartments, and you can drive right in between those apartments and the King Road house.
Right.
And park.
Mm-hmm.
So we had done that little loop or whatever. So I still, since day one, believe that that footage is completely accurate. And there was a video that we had watched, which was JLR when he did a actual walk around. I know he did a drive around, but he did a walk around, and you can see from ground view he walks around those apartments, and he's looking right up at that where that camera footage is coming from. So that was kind of interesting to do, like a walk around from the ground with him on that. It put it into perspective as well.
Mm.
But all right. Did you look over the new documents that dropped today by any chance?
Yeah, they talk about pushing the records through the officers or whatever. That's pretty much what I thought I was looking at. I got it pulled up actually right here. I mean, they dropped on the 12th. It says that it's the, let's see, because I just have it pulled up on screen. In the District Court of the 2nd Judicial District of the State of Idaho, and let's go down here. It says comes now to the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney submits the following supplemental response to the defendant's second supplemental request for discovery filed on March 23rd, 2023, and the defendant's motion to compel discovery filed on May 4th, 2023, in compliance with compliance with the court's order on defendant's motion to compel discovery ordered June 30, 2023. So it says the state has complied with this request and has provided the following supplemental specific responses to item 160, defendant's second supplemental request for discovery, and item 6, motion to compel discovery, Bates 14536-14566, discovered on 7/11/23. It says these records are limited to formal post-documented trainings, records of briefings, informal trainings, or conversations documented in writing. As the state has indicated in its response to prior discovery requests from the defense, the state has and will continue to provide discovery in accordance with I.C.R. 16 and applicable law. So, I mean, I seen that. I seen that dropped, and it's certified and signed, emailed to what? Ann Taylor, hold up, certificate of delivery. That's to Ann Taylor. So yeah, I seen it.
Right. Yeah, Dune had put all those in Discord. The couple that things that she pointed out, she's so smart. She's good at grabbing these documents and kind of breaking them down. But the one about the hard drive that was provided to the defense on 4/5/23.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next one was request. At the bottom it says, the state has been informed the phone interview completed by Special Agent Shirley, who confirms this reference phone interview was not recorded. So they gave one recording over, the state did, but there was a phone interview with FBI that was not recorded. I thought that was interesting. Like, why wouldn't they record that?
Right.
Or what was that about, you know? So I don't know. I just thought that was interesting. Not pretty much a whole lot of nothing burger in there, but there was a few things that kind of caught my eye. So.
There's always something. It's always something in here. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the records they asked for from the officers and the interviews, etc.?
Yeah, they're just saying that one interview is not recorded with FBI. So, yeah.
They always got something.
Right? Right.
Jeff sent another one. Let me pull this up. Okay, I see it. There we go. So right here is another picture that Jeff sent. And thank you for your work. Can you do who you are? Thank you. I appreciate you, Lil 12. Katie says, yeah, Detective John was on another show recently. Yeah, we know Detective John's on another show. He'll no longer be on this show, though. I mean, it is what it is. He does you do what you do, right?
People, yeah, get the fuck out of here, Detective John.
Yeah, I mean, no longer here. Maybe somewhere else, but
yeah.
But anyways,
doesn't matter. You're doing big things, so forget about that. Yeah. And the Angel Girls thing. It's time to move on and do greater things. That's all I know.
Most definitely. Well, this is a good shot, Jeff. Thank you for sending this. This is for the that dumpster cam footage was seen at, by the way, for everybody who's looking at this visual. This is the dumpster cam footage where you see the sunroof vehicle come, which I think is a BMW, by the way, and I'll play that real quick if we need to. Let me download it. Let's see if it'll download.
Yeah, see that little tour that he sent in of those apartments.
Yeah,
that Jeff sent earlier. That was pretty great. So they own those couple buildings, not the Queen Road, but I think that same company owns kind of that row.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gonna have. I think they had like a camera either on each building or at the corner of each of their buildings from the directions of both of those footages. So
yeah, Erica, no, there's no Detective John here no more. We don't, I split ways with Detective John. I've noticed certain things. I've noticed my members or subscribers getting torn up in comments. It's just, I mentioned it last night on my stream. I didn't feel like the loyalty was there. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm rocking with somebody and if I'm gonna help push you, then you got to be loyal to the Rev Gang family. If you're not loyal to the Rev Gang family, I'm good on that. You can't talk down to subscribers because they don't agree with you and cuss them out. Do what you do, move on. But I don't want to entertain none of that. And also, just there's a lot of things there's a lot of reasons why I split ways. I noticed that we got away from the Rev Gang family way, which was people calling in, people being able to call up and have an opinion. It kind of got off track. People weren't able to call in and have opinions no more. I was focusing too much on bringing Detective John up and him talking. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got back to doing what we do best. And not only that, having other guests on, very educational guests. And we're going to continue to have very educational guests. So
almost. I mean, he took up a lot of the time, and
people are like telling me he's on other panels like I haven't seen it. I see every single one of them. I see the people that are there that have talked smack on him that are over there. So I mean, if you think that I don't see that, I've seen the first one. So people are bringing it up like I'm just blind to what goes on in the community. I'm far from blind what goes on in the community. I see everything. You know that little I see all gift? I definitely do. I'm everywhere. If you don't think I'm there, I'm probably there. I'm in the community too. I look around myself. I just put that out there.
I know you know. And the real deal is you and your community, we have enough intelligence, experience, whatever. I mean, for one person to hog a whole show, you got how many? 32,000 other people that have an opinion too, and probably just as valuable, because some of that stuff he said is crap. I just think you have a really smart Rev gang.
No, and it ain't even
here.
just that. It's there was two things. Like I said, the whole loyalty thing, where it's like,
Right.
you know, I tell you, I don't mess with these people. If I see you rocking with somebody that, and I give you all the airtime, and we have a rapport and we're texting back and forth, but I see you messing with people who copy what I do and do a bunch of different things that I do, like, and I told you that, and you're like, yeah, you know, and but I see you over there later on, like just rocking with them, a full-blown member of their channel, but you're over here on my channel on live saying, I don't know what members are and this, that, and the third. I just don't rock with that. So if you're not loyal to me, then why am I even bringing you on? And not only that, when I feel like we were stuck at a growing point when I had him on. Like I stuff wasn't moving. People, he was fighting in chat, arguing, bringing up other creators and this, that, and the third constantly. Nobody wants to come here and listen to people talk shit about other creators. This is about the case. Like, we don't want to sit here and talk shit about other creators, but since people keep asking in chat, now people are forcing my hand to basically say why I split ways. I split ways because it was time to split ways. Let's put it that way. I just noticed some things going on, was getting way too many of emails from you all telling me a bunch of stuff, like as far as, you know, and that when you guys sent me these links to the videos that you were getting responded to on and talked to and berated because you didn't believe what his opinion was, I was just blown away with that. And on top of it, like I said, the loyalty is a thing with me. If I see somebody rocking with somebody that, you know, I put out there I don't rock with, then you're not loyal to me. But that's not for every viewer or somebody that supports my channel. That's just for people that I'm super close to. You know, if you have my personal number and I'm messaging you and we have a rapport and I see that type of shit, I just move on.
Right. Bye-bye.
It is what it is. I've had so many situations like that, and that's why I'm back to the one-man band, and I'll have guests on my show like Jennifer Coffendorfer. I'm working on getting this doctor on here. I will be having Todd on here. We're going to get back to the ways that we were in. Not only have special guests, but have the lines open to where you guys can call in. Like I said, we got off track for a while, I feel like. I really do.
I think you're right. It's, you know, but you're bringing it around, you know. There was a couple kinks in the road or whatever, but like you said before, this is the T-REV show. This is your shit. So, you know, all that other crowd can just get the fuck out, for real.
I gave him he has enough legs to stand on. I mean, where did he get known from? My channel. You know what I'm saying? Right. Let's be real. He got known from my channel, but like he wanted to build a channel. I said, I have no problem helping you build a channel, but somebody's loyalty's got to be on par with mine. That's just it.
And if he's going to be taking credit for things that you do, well, I just won't even go there. We all know that's wrong and that's a lie. I mean, so that stuff, that really pisses me off. Like
I know when I talked to him last on the phone, he brought up something like somebody said DJ built your channel. No, man, you better run back in time. Ain't nobody built my channel but the Rev Gang family and myself.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? But it is what it is.
For real, arguing with people.
Yeah, it was some comment that somebody said, I guess, and I was like, man, well, I don't know why that, but like honestly, when I hit him up, because Jeff told me, you know, like DJ was wondering why you ghosted him, so I unblocked him, I messaged him, I told him about, you know, people accusing him of certain things and this, that, and the third, sparked up a conversation. We talked for an hour and 30 minutes. I figured I was going to call him and see where his stance was. And I heard what I needed to hear. It was like, okay, I'm going to be going over here, here, and here. And these are people that I didn't mess with. He was like, if, you know, pretty much, you know, I'm going to be going over here. This person hit me up, like hints of like, I'm going to go over here if you don't bring me up here. So I just said, all right. As soon as I got off the phone, I hit the block button again and I moved on. It is what it is.
No,
I do not rock with him no more. He you know what I mean? Like if you're, like I said, if you want me to help you build, like Jeff, for instance, Jeff is solid. I'm going to rock with Jeff. I'm gonna push Jeff because Jeff is He's loyal. He asked me. We talk behind the scenes. I'll just leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
Right. I see Jeff out there on the streets, but he's always loyal anyway, regardless. It's, he's a good guy, solid guy, for sure.
I just made a mistake by getting too deep with other people and letting people have my personal number and have input into what I'm doing. And and I'm a person that just likes to, if I have somebody on or I'm talking to somebody, and they're my friend and we're talking, I take into consideration ideas and everything. So for a minute, I had that going on, but I seen a lot of red flags. So we just moved on. But I appreciate you, Delana, calling up. I'm gonna get someone else to call in. Thank you, Delana.
Bye, Rev Gang.
God bless you. Great phone call. Bye. Love you. Lock your doors. Shout out to Delana, man. 219-885-9693. Only water those who want you to grow. I mean, it is what it is, I didn't want to get it too deep into it, but people want to keep bringing that shit up. So I'm going to have to, the more people keep talking about it in my chat, the more I'm going to have to tell you about it. I could ignore it, but I'm going to have to let you know. Person's channel, I seen him up on today with had a members only post about me talking crazy, and multiple of her members sent that to me. So it's crazy. That's why I'm staying on my road. Keep my wheel on the road and look ahead. Don't look in the rear view. 316, you're in the mix. What's going on? 316, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
T-REV?
Yes, ma'am. What's up?
Can you answer my question now?
What is it? Which one?
Is this really T-REV?
Yeah.
So what do you think of this case?
Okay, so that was you to ask, what was my thoughts on the case?
Yes.
I think that they got the right guy. I think that everything so far is adding up to me. They had a nice chief with his DNA. They see his vehicle doing 3-point turns. Where else is there any proof of any other person being involved? I feel like if the roommates were involved, they would be locked up. They would be in jail. They wouldn't be walking free right now. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about a quadruple homicide. Even if they were, like somebody said yesterday, someone can be out on bail. Well, okay. I just don't see the roommates being involved at this point. I always questioned it, but I really do think they got the right person. A white Elantra, like I said, that knife sheath, you got the video camera footage. You got him 5 times WSU. Not only that, other camera footage. I think that they got the right guy, and I think they're about to nail him with it. And if they didn't have the right guy, I feel like, there would be a lot more ruckus going on than there is right now. He can't even provide a damn alibi.
Right, I agree with that 100%.
But that's the short version. That's the short version of what I think.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So
would you just sit in jail if you're innocent?
No, hell no. Me personally, if I got locked up for something that I did not do or had nothing or knew nothing about it, I would be yelling, punching shit. I'd be in the hole.
Can I ask you a personal question?
What's that?
Have you ever been to jail?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been to jail.
I don't think anybody would. I can't even believe I'm talking to you right now, but.
Yeah, no, I've been to jail. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I would just sit there quietly, I don't know.
I went to jail in my early 20s. Somewhere around in my early 20s, you know what I mean? You live and you learn. I was in and out the juvenile system just for truancy and things in school at that time. So I've been in and out of facilities, but never everything that I was locked up for, I deserved it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I did it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't bad. It wasn't harming nobody or anything like that. I'll tell you
Right.
that much. I carried my gun over state lines and didn't look at the laws on the, in the other state. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah.
was young and dumb and had I was carrying my gun. I'm like, man, I carry my gun anywhere I go.
I gotcha. Yeah.
But it is what it is, It happens. You live and you learn.
Yeah. Life is, yeah.
But not in this case. Not with this guy.
I mean, but there's a lot of people that think he might be innocent.
I don't think so. I don't think he's innocent. Allegedly. I think it's Brian Christopher Koberger that committed these murders. Allegedly.
Okay.
I'm always willing to hear everybody's side, no matter what.
Yeah, and that's why I like your show. Like, you're always, I like it. Yeah.
It's important to have an open mind, because if something was later presented that I haven't seen, that can change it. And people are going based off of the defense document that was put out that said there's no DNA in the vehicle, this, that, and the third, but it's a defense document. So I really don't believe it. The defense is not going to try to smear their client.
100%. Yeah. But some people are ready to, like, put him to the firing squad.
Mm-hmm.
Or ready to have I feel like they've already convicted him and he hasn't even been to trial.
Yeah, no, he deserves a fair trial. That's 100%. Anybody that's going through the justice system deserves a fair trial.
But you think he's guilty?
Absolutely,
right?
100% think he's guilty. But absolutely, we need to look at everything that they bring, and if it's like shit, we'll call it out.
Yeah, true.
I'm not gonna. If they show me something that's straight up authoring, and somebody who goes, all right, so it's like saying this. Okay, we found another weapon or something, and it's leaked back, and I'm like, nah, you gotta you gotta have an open mind to any situation, because if something's proved, it's proved. So if there's something else that comes out that leaks that there was another killer, or there was this, that, and the third, I wouldn't be in denial. I'm gonna look down. I want to see every little piece and talk about it.
Right. Yeah.
That's important.
I think that's why I like to watch your show, because you always keep an open mind.
You have to, really. I mean, if you close your mind down, what's going on? But also, if you entertain straight up bullshit that has no receipt to it, then you start looking stupid also. So it's like, you get what I'm saying? There's both sides. You gotta hold you like with Angel Girl. I look stupid but then again, I did do background research on her. I looked at that GoFundMe. I looked at everything. So it's like people can slip shit by you.
True. Very true.
And that's another thing you got to pay attention to.
Very true. I'm watching you on my screen, but I think we're lagging.
Nah, you're just behind a little bit.
Do you have another call? I'll let you go. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on everything.
He said DJ said he's taking Jeff with him. Kate Libby. Ask Jeff that now. We'll see what he says. All right, I'll holler at you. Thank you for calling in. God bless you. Lock your doors. And I appreciate you being
Thank you.
No doubt. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Jeff, watch out. DJ's taking you with him, man. Watch out. That's not a mistake. T-REV, you're a great person. DJ called us the dark side. The dark side. Homie's over there hanging out with somebody who was fucking making members only posts talking shit about me, but never had enough to put it out. That's crazy. Good call. Never take authenticity for the illusion of validation. Right. I mean, if he really was talking shit, tell him to show proof he worked the Warnos case. If he was talking shit, that'd be my response. If DJ was running his mouth, right? Tell him to show us proof that he worked the Warnos case. That would be my response to that. That'd be my rebuttal. Thank you, CK. I appreciate you, Jess. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you. 813, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, Hash.
What's going on, Hash? What's the word?
What's the word? So I've missed the last calls. I was in it listening to everyone, and then I had a phone call. So if I say something, I'm a little lost. But so well, first of all, fuck that one lady. This is my last time addressing it. I'm never going to talk about her again. She doesn't deserve my time.
Right.
Like facts on facts on stacks. So in regards to your video you guys keep going over, I'm sorry, but like after the Jack D infiltration that they threw at us, that they could have addressed immediately and squashed it with a press conference, like, yo, leave these kids alone. This was their alibi, blah, 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 blah. But they didn't do that. They let us run around like little chickens with their head cut off, going after everyone, while they had all the facts, all the tea, and was going after this guy from the get-go. So therefore, this is another infiltration that we're all running around, heads chopped off. And I'm sorry if everyone doesn't feel like that. It's just, I'm just trying to look at it from another perspective, because I mean, anyone can put a timestamp. I can make this video. You know, sorry. And okay.
No,
and
you're good.
So, okay, so I'm going to go into something personal, just so after I say this, y'all can understand where I'm coming from. So basically, my sister was murdered a couple years ago, like brutally. She was strangled, and then oh my God, I don't want to cry. And then he hung her up in the shower to the point where it looked like she committed suicide at first. Then he unhung her, put her in the parking lot, and then oh my God, I didn't talk to that in so long. Sorry. Fuck, I don't even know if I could tell the story. So anyway, in the end, it was the boyfriend, but the police ruled it out as a suicide, and so we had to hire all these fucking people to go in the house, resurvey it, do like 5 more autopsies, and to figure out that, oh shit, like she was actually murdered. There's handprints. Like, oh my God, it's the boyfriend. Like, fuck, it went with the cousin. So anyway, so since that happened to me, now I'm looking at this case and I'm like, oh my God, we have to think outside the box a little bit here. So I'm wondering if this little fucker at first, sorry, I'm like so sad right now. So at first, so I feel like maybe he, but I'm gonna have to call back, dude.
You're good. What's wrong? You all right?
But yeah, I'm all right. I didn't talk about it in a while, but I'm trying to get to the next fucking point. I didn't think I would cry, because usually I don't cry about anything anymore, because you cry so much, you're just like, yo, you just got to quit, because it's just like, you know what I mean? That there's not enough tears. So that's why I feel for this family, because not knowing and like thinking it's something else, and then not knowing it eats you up alive. And then this guy is still out because he got away with it, and he moved, and he's already hurt 8 other girls. There's 8 other cases on him, and it's really crazy. Like, I still track him. But okay, so anyways, I feel a little bit better. So basically, what if Brian he found out about these girls, he really liked them, he stalked them, found them on Instagram, wrote them, was super obsessed. I mean, I get weird messages all the time and I don't reply because I don't see them. And then I look a year later and there's like 20 messages. What if he got so fucking obsessed that then he's also in this criminal school? Then he realizes, yo, I'm going to kill these girls. He plans this whole thing out, realizes, shit, I've been stalking them. My car's been watched on these cameras. They've seen me on the camera. So finds another Elantra, puts his plates on it, goes there, kills them and Ethan. And then I'm still crying about my sister. Anyway, kills them and Ethan. Okay. Goes back, switches the plates out, puts his fucking plates back on his car. So when they search his car, no DNA, no shit. That Elantra, I don't know where it's at. It's probably cleaned up if he's smart. And then goes off and does his thing. No evidence anywhere other than he fucking looked them up on Instagram. If that's a crime, then I'm guilty of it too, messaging guys some weird shit. So that's why I am waiting for the fucking trial, because there's got to be more, because what the word is that there was no evidence in the car. So then what, he's like Magic Man and just like there's too much blood. I don't fucking know. Anyway, fuck, I sped through that because y'all, I'm crying and like I'm trying not to be a weirdo.
No, you're fine. You're not a weirdo.
I feel like a weirdo, bro. Because like I'm trying to talk slow so everyone can understand and not squeak my voice. But like, dude, I don't know. This case is like, when I heard about it, I was like, I just felt so sad because I just thought, fuck, this is 4 people, not just one. And now the whole world is watching. When I opened my Facebook the night I found out she died, I got one phone call from my dad, and then I opened up Facebook and everybody knew, sending me sorry messages, leaving flowers at my mom's gate and leaving flowers at my house. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't even know for an hour she's dead. And the whole Facebook, all my friends know. It was really, really hard to that. And now I just think, like, we're all talking about it. That family, to see us, which I kind of feel bad, but I still do it. Like, it's really, it fucks you up, like, big time. So that's why I'm extra feel bad about these families and their friends, because, yeah, we all know about it. Like, and mine was just small, just Facebook. So can you imagine?
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
I don't know. But anyway, so back to Brian. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like, I don't think he's like super genius, but I just think, like, if you're in that class and you know that you've been on camera, and you know you're about to commit that murder, you're gonna do whatever you can to make sure that your car, if they trace it, doesn't have shit in it, unless you're a total fucking dweeb dumbass. Like, come on, man. Like, don't you think you would be smarter? You personally?
I mean, it's like, I think he tried to create the perfect murder. If you want to be honest, I really do think it's him, allegedly. And
well, no, of course that. But if you're creating the perfect murder, you know you've already stalked them at first, and then your desire built. Wouldn't it, like, now you know your car's on camera? How would you go about it? Because now they've seen you there with that car. You'd have to do something the night of the murder, so that's not your car. It is. Or I don't fucking know. Unless he's that dumb, he really rode his whip up there.
Yeah, that's man. It's
because what I'm waiting for the trial also for that sheath. What if in the end it's not even the same size blade, and that he just dropped it there and it's like, well, actually, that's not my knife. Like, like, I mean, is he that smart, or am I just thinking he's really smart, but really he's just a fool who killed some kids?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
he ain't.
I don't know.
He ain't smart. Like, people, like, we could say he's smart all day long, but I mean, Ted Bundy.
He's still a murderer.
Ted Bundy, mic drop.
Yeah. No, it's true. Ted Bundy, he's escaped 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna go. I feel really bad. I cried, and probably, like, nobody could understand me.
It happens, but, though. I mean, there's nothing wrong.
Yeah, I know it happens. However, it's like, I know I'm a bit embarrassed, but
no reason to be embarrassed.
Yeah, I know. I just felt like that I should share the story so that people could understand why my brain is a little bit crazy, and why I am trying to think outside of the box and do whatever critical thinking I can. Because when she was killed, I was just thinking black and white. I was like, oh shit, she really committed suicide. Like, I wonder why. Like, I couldn't understand why. She was so happy. And then I thought, fuck, like, my dad was the one who, like, did all the private detectives. He was like, there's something weird, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And by the way, he told me she did it with the belt I bought her for her birthday. And that's when I told my dad, I said, yo, I have that belt because she sent it back to London. Anyways, okay, I'll go.
No, you can finish that last part. You're good.
No, yeah, I said, Dad, he sent me a message saying he wanted to go on a date too because I like music, and she said that we both like music, and I said it was really weird, and that's when he was like, he told me that's when he hired the detectives and stuff, because he said that he felt like there was something wrong with the whole thing. Like, why would he tell me that she did it with a belt that I bought her for her birthday? Like, you know what I mean? It's just like weird shit like that killers do, and you meet them and you don't even know because they smile like in your face, and then next thing you know they're killing your sister like a piece of shit, leaving her in a fucking parking lot. So it's just like, yo, lock your fucking doors, watch your kids.
So wow, your sister got killed?
Yeah, that's who I was talking about the whole
time. No, I know, but in general, I'm just, it's hard to process when you hear somebody tell you that, because it's just heart-wrenching when you say it. You know what I mean? I know you were talking about your sister, but your sister got killed. Like, it's just, I can see why you're crying. So you're apologizing. Like, I don't usually cry, this, that, and the third, but I mean, your sister got killed.
Yeah, and he's still out there. Like, he just hurt another girl recently, and he raped her while she was pregnant.
How
with
was
the
this
kid.
guy lose?
Well, basically, it took us a long time to get all the evidence together, and his uncle's in the FBI, and I think he's also an informant, because he does stuff that I know about, because I have a friend in the FBI, and I know that he's an informant for a fact, but I don't know. We tried to take him to court, and it was costing us thousands and thousands of dollars, and a lot of stuff happened in court, and we had our proof, but the police wouldn't side with us because they never actually went into the house. So all we had was our secondary proof against the actual cops. So it was really hard. They refused to look into it. They literally picked her up in the parking lot, took her for an autopsy, and that was it. They didn't go in our house, nothing. So
That's so wild.
Yeah.
Sorry
So
you had to go through that. I mean, that must have been a whole rough process, and then at the end for him to be free.
yeah, just roaming around. He's hit me up at random. The day after she died, he went to Vegas and partied and called me, and that's when he told me about the belt thing. And I was just like, "What?" I was like, "Shouldn't you be crying?" And he's like, "I'm trying to party for her," like all laughing and stuff. And I was like, "What the fuck? Like, this is so weird." Like, I was freaking out, but I like, at one hand I put it together, but on the other hand I didn't want to believe it, because I was like, you're supposed to love her, and like you guys were living together, supposedly the dream. So it's strange. What bugs me the most though is what actually happened. Like, how did it happen? And did she suffer? And that's what I think these parents must be thinking. Like, did their kids suffer? Was it quit? Because those are the things that run through your head. Like, what was the last thought that they had? Did they know it was going to happen?
Right.
Like, what? Like that's what's killing me the most, is I'm never going to have that closure of what happened. Like, was she in the room sleeping? Was she like here? Was she there? Like, where was she? And was she, that's it. Did she suffer? Because that's what fucks you up, is you don't know. So these four, when they're saying that some of them were fighting defensive wounds, and that makes me so sad also, because I'm just like, fuck, they suffered. Like, they weren't in bed sleeping like we first thought. Like, that, I know it's still terrible, but that would have been way fucking better in my head. Like, they were asleep, they didn't feel anything, but these kids with defensive wounds, like, their parents must be freaking out. That's extra on. That's the extra topping on the whole fucking thing, is that they tried to fight, and they, getting a paper cut hurts me. I can't imagine what this happened to them. Yeah, but all right. I've taken too much time, so
It's okay.
Thank you.
It's okay. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, no, I just thought people should know what it's really like to go through a murder and not know what the fuck has actually happened to your family member. It's not nice.
I really appreciate you sharing that story with us. I can only imagine how hard it was for you to even gather up the strength to share that.
Yeah, and also, if anyone knows about how to put together information in the chat, I'll send you my email, and I would actually it would be nice, because everyone likes true crime. Like, how do I go about, because I don't know, I'm just one person with an angry father who's kind of like, he doesn't give up, but he's tired. And so I still want to know, like, how do I get this fucking guy? Because now he's hurt 8 other girls. It's all black and white.
Definitely reach out, and I don't know if you can get in Discord or not, but definitely reach out.
Yeah.
Definitely reach out. We'll figure something out. We want to know more.
Yeah.
I definitely do. So.
Yeah. All right. You guys have
email me some information.
What?
Email me some information.
I will.
And we'll check it out. Thank you, Hash. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Peace out, y'all.
Lock your door. God bless you. Stay safe. And I'll definitely be looking for your email.
All right. Bye.
Thank you, Hash. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Shout out to Mark. Thank you. He said a lot of people says he's innocent. Where's the evidence of that? I'd like to see some evidence. However, a lot of evidence is guilty. Keep killing it, Trev. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro. 602, you're on the move. What's going on?
Hey, I was just calling in to talk about T-REV did a video on Enon Harsh and the connection.
T-REV did a video
and
on Harsh?
Yeah, you did. I didn't realize I was talking to you.
When?
Directly, that you would answer your phone just like that. I don't know if you had like a switchboard or something like that to pass the call through.
Switchboards? People be faking like that?
I don't know, but anyway, you did a really good video on the connections of Enon Harsh.
Where?
Like 4 months ago, you had a video out.
Are you talking about the one where I reacted to what Dr. Thrifty did?
That part I don't remember, but you were making connections as to, you know, the neighbor that heard the scream, and then
let's pull it up real quick. Let's find it. Oh, I know where. Let's see what video you're talking about, because I think it's a reaction to the video that what's his name?
Yeah, it's called Enon
it's a
Harsh and the
reaction to
Deep Connection.
the Enon Harsh. Let me look at it. I'm back in. Is it what date is it on it? Do you know?
There's 4 months. Click it.
I see February, March. Let's see.
It's, I'm looking on my phone.
I also made a video about what I found on Gunderson and what's his name also. Gunderson,
yeah, it's February 17th.
February 17th. That pins it perfectly. Okay, I see it. Here we go. Let me. There it is, right here. All right, let's pull it up here.
Yeah, that captured my attention because I'm a newer YouTube creator. Not the best, as I'm still pretty new, but
Oh yeah.
Also,
How he fixed what was weird about Enon is that he changed around all the messages. You know what I'm saying? Like when he when the case first started, right around, I don't know exact dates, but I know that on November 15th, he put a message, Ford killed and stabbing across the street, no evidence.
Exactly.
So like professional.
Right, on his Facebook, and then he edited it, and then all of a sudden he hears a scream, and then he does the interview with Lori Matthias at Hidden True Crime.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks to several YouTubers and does these interviews, but he never mentions once that he was at the grub truck.
Right. I don't know. I think we were able to debunk that wasn't him at the grub truck.
That was absolutely him at the grub truck, and 1,000%. And
I debunked it a while ago, but some people still say it was him when it wasn't.
Well, people say a lot of things, but I can tell you 100%, 1,000% that was him at the grub truck. He even admitted it online, and I have it somewhere.
Oh, he admitted it? I'd love to see that. That would immediately make me.
Yes, yeah. I got so many like screenshots and things, but he admitted it.
Short, what is it about Enon Harsh? What do you think about him?
Well, first of all, he's at the grub truck the night of the murders.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He says he got home at his house at 1:30. We know that's not true because we know that he was at the grub truck at 1:30. He literally ordered, I think it was like 5 or 6 minutes before Kaylee and Maddie were at the truck ordering. He's also at the grub truck with what looks like a woman. It's not.
I got
just incidentally. And I have all that info. I can get it to you. But in any event, I did a video on it. But he goes home, and then later on, you don't hear nothing about. Not only that, he's at the grub truck. He's right next to Maddie and Kaylee. They're supposed to be neighbors, right? That he knew, he was acquainted. He gave them wine. There's no hello. There's no acknowledgement. They looked at him because he's wearing a ridiculous, like, really long poncho in the video. And they don't even look like they have a clue as to who he is. So I found that interaction really interesting. And then this whole scream thing. But he never, ever mentions to anybody on any interview that, oh, yeah, by the way, I was at the grub truck. Also in the video, which I'm looking into more connections, but his shoes, I can't see them very well because the video is pretty great. Pretty good little enhancements. But the shoes he's wearing that night look a lot like some old school Vans. And according to the PCA, they're talking about some vans. And I'm not saying Koberger's innocent. He's definitely involved somewhere, because they're not going to throw all this money at a case and he's not involved somewhere,
Right.
unless they're just really that stupid. But I really feel that there's a money trail. They had to make an arrest before January, before the students came back.
Right.
And I truly don't think they have a lot of evidence at all. And we know they don't, as this is coming out.
So,
you know, everybody says, oh, Koberger did.
Phone pings aren't good, like the way that the technology is today.
Well, no, the cell phones are really good. I mean, he could have been in the area, but let's just say hypothetically, he was friends with Mr. Harsh. Let's say he was in that area many times because he knew somebody there. Just because he was there, we all know that that town's as big as our hand.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He could have known somebody or had, you know, a library. Who the hell knows that he got those pings? But let's just say hypothetically, he was friends with Mr. Harsh. Mr. Harsh is the one that allegedly hears this scream that didn't exist, because if there was a scream, the roommates would have heard it before he would have. And not just that, he doesn't ever talk about any of the interviews. He also parks right where the crime scene tape is, right where the alleged killer would be stalking the victims. He mentions what they do on their time off. Oh, on the weekends they drink. Oh, they had a fire party. Oh, I thought about crashing their party. There's just a lot of things. Not to mention that whole PCA with the car driving in those remote areas all around the world to Pullman. His family lives right on that road, off Johnson Road in Pullman. Not just that, he has an apartment in Pullman. He works in Pullman, but he also has an apartment in Moscow.
Right.
Why? I say follow the money trail. I think, you know, he's probably a little local drug dealer in the area for the college town.
So we think that he was. So you think that he worked with BK on this? Allegedly?
It's a very good possibility.
And that, you know,
this guy studied criminology.
But he's quiet about, you know, Enon and just not telling on him and letting him walk free.
Well, if he tells, well, think about that. If you did a crime with somebody, you're not going to be like, oh, yeah, my friend Rob did it, because then you just implicated yourself.
I get that, but at the same time, I mean, he's about to go down. He's facing a death penalty. So you're going to let somebody, you possibly catch a death penalty and let your friend or this guy that you worked with on the case just live a scot-free life while you're being punished. I mean, usually...
no, that wouldn't make sense, but we don't know what... He knows what the evidence is. We don't. So if he's Mr. Criminology 101, right?
Good point.
And he knows the discovery at this point, and he knows that or he knows the details of the crime, and they don't have crap, and he's really confident that he's going to walk. You know, or maybe he's just holding that card. Maybe he's going to tell later. Who knows? I just find it odd.
Because I'm not,
even if he's not involved,
it's not like a possibility that somebody would be quiet. Because I mean, there is those rare instances where somebody's quiet, tries to get off, and next thing you know what I mean. But
yeah,
just so many people snitch these days that it's like it's hard for me to believe anybody else is involved at this point, because I feel like it had been out by now. But there is rare instances, but very rare now. It's very rare. So I mean,
no, it is very rare. I do agree with that. It's just there's so many little parallels with this guy. You know, he puts a bunch of videos out about his knife skills after the fact. He disappears once Koberger gets arrested after running his mouth all over Reddit. It's just really sketchy. I mean, even if he wasn't involved, he looks guilty as hell, and they have so many commonalities. You know, Koberger wanted to study people who do criminal acts, and he had a record. They're both vegan. You know, after the murders, Koberger's over in wherever that was by the river there, getting the coffee at the little coffee house, going into the supermarket. And right next door is a chef store. This dude is a chef. His family lives right where the car was being driven after the murder. I don't know. I just find it like too coincidental all the way through. Plus the white car in the video, not the one turning around. That one, obviously, we all know is not the Hyundai. But the one driving, you know, at 4 o'clock, 407, that's the apartments where he lives. I mean, I just think that it's like too perfect of a situation this day and age to commit a crime. And, you know, with all the digital trails and evidence and technology, they don't have anything solid. This was carefully thought out and planned, however. Whether Enon was just a lookout, a watch, I don't know. But I just find it too odd that he knew too much. He also, the big kicker was too, he mentioned the scream was at 4 o'clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before Koberger got arrested. None of us in the world knew that the murder happened after 4.
Mm-hmm.
We all thought it was around 3. That's what the Moscow police put out to the rest of the world. It happened around 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was after 4. And if the PCA says that he was, you know, turning, the other thing was the PCA, I believe, said that the 3-point turn happened at Queen and King. So it wasn't even on Linda Lane, but I might be mistaken. I don't have it in front of me. But in any event, if he's the one that we see on the video, which it looks that way at 407, making that turn, he would have had to park and get in that house. He wasn't getting in there till at least at the Spider-Man fastest, 408, 409. And if he was already seen driving away at 420, he would have had to get in his car by 418, you know. He would have had to get out of that house by like 418, 419 to be up the road and around the corner. That's not even 10 minutes. You know what kind of a rampage you'd have to be on to kill 4 people on 2 levels on opposite sides of the house in 10 minutes, and the blood trail and the hysteria you leave behind? I don't know. It just
Shout out
sounds...
to Jeff for sending this video piece. Definitely looks like 2 different people to me.
It's not. It's him. He admitted it. And that's his friend. And that guy that looks like a woman, his name is Juno. It's absolutely him. I have proof of that.
It's like a different dude to me, but hey.
It's not.
It does. It looks like somebody different to me, but I'm not respectful.
He's wearing glasses. I promise you it's him.
I mean,
he admitted it.
It looks like a different dude to me, but that's just me, though. Some people may agree with you. You know,
yeah. I know that it is. Yeah, I know for a fact that it is because he admitted it.
I don't even believe dude because he's editing Facebook posts. So, I mean, I don't even.
Oh yeah, he's a liar.
Yeah,
that's true. That too.
Saying that's me. Like, what is he eating up clout? I've listened.
But he's not lying that much. He's not. But the 4 o'clock thing is the kicker. Even though he's a liar.
The thing is, though, go to the grub truck footage and listen to him talk at the window. It sounds like 2 different voices to me. That's how I debunked it a long time.
That's because you can't really hear him, and you only hear that guy there, the one that looks like a woman. That person's name is George. They go by Juno.
Pull up the footage and go listen to both voices, and you tell me if that's Ena Harsh, because I was able to debunk that a while ago. And so thanks for reminding me of that. I look at so much shit, but I actually remember that now.
Yeah, I will. I mean, I don't know what your email is, but I'll send it to you where he admits it.
If you hit exclamation email in chat, it'll pop up immediately.
Okay.
So I appreciate you calling in. I'll listen more calling, but shout out to you. Good conversation, good debate. I like debating with different minds, so I appreciate you calling in, and I appreciate that. God bless you. Have a good night. Lock your doors and stay safe.
Yes, you too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Shout out to you. All right. 219-885-9693. I don't think that's in.
Bing bong.
Yep. 757 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, it's Donna again.
What's going on, Don?
Well, I was just listening to everything, but I wanted to change the subject a little bit, if you don't mind. I wanted to talk about something real quick.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
Well, you know, I was listening to Sidebar the other day, and they were talking about body language.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about, they had an expert on there who did behavioral. She worked for Human Behavioral Academy and Lab, and she was also expert in body language in court.
Right.
Consultant. She did consultant work, and she was doing a conversation about his appearance in court, and when he was in the car, when the police pulled him over, the things that she picked up as a specialist in that field. And I found it to be pretty interesting. I know I'm going completely off of what was just being talked about, but it was just one of the things that she did say, which I found pretty, not that I found it pretty interesting because I think I already knew this, but she said that he shows all the traits of being psychotic or a sociopath or both. And she was talking about his appearance, because everybody was talking about when he was sitting at the table in court, you know, and how they could see him like clenching his jaw. And she said that the what appeared to be a clench was actually gorged blood, like in the vein, which is a sign of cognitive overload, where he was like trying to process and think of the things that he needed to do in court to make himself look a certain way, you know. I found it interesting because part of it talked about when he got stopped by the police on those 2 times, and she even brought up when he got stopped by the female officer. It was like him asking questions, you know, like you don't mind if I ask you a question,
right?
She said as an expert, she finds that to be because of his background, he's trying to get knowledge of crimes. It doesn't have to be murder. He's just trying to educate himself on crimes and what the the codes are, or what he's just educating himself.
Right.
And one of the things that she did say was that he's never disputed that he wasn't involved in this. But if you look, when she showed, you remember the killer that went into that theater, shot up that theater, and he was like the Joker. He had his hair. It was in Colorado, I think. He did the cinema shooting. His hair was like dyed orange, and he shot all these people. Do you remember that case?
Which one? Where the dude dressed up as like?
No, he wasn't dressed up. He just had his hair colored like pink, and he went into the movie theater and
The
killed
Joker.
a bunch of people. The Joker. Yeah.
Yeah, Colorado or something like that.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. I watched that first day or the night it happened.
But one of the things that she said was, bring up his mugshot. Bring up mugshots of like mass murder, school shooter.
I think you're talking about James Holmes or something like that.
I can't remember what his name was, but she was talking about, if you look at these people, the affect of their eyes, it's their fight or flight. It's a fight or flight thing. You know, when he was in the car with his dad, his eyes were like really big, and his pupils seemed really dilated. and she was saying that that is a fight or flight response that is seen in people that do this kind of crime, and that he kept. It was just a really neat. It was a really neat interview, but one of the other things that she was saying was that you know, when he was answering the judge, like, do you understand your charges? And well, when he first walked in, he kind of he smiled at his attorney, but she calls that a flash smile, which
Right.
is totally fake.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a way of saying like hello. And but she said you could see his like I said, his heartbeat in his face, the constant swallowing, the there was jaw clenching, but like movement of it was really interesting. The different things that she picked up on just by watching him in the courtroom.
Well, what's that correlate back to, or so correlated to BK, the clenching and all that? What does that add up to?
Well, just showing a pattern of psychopathic behavior,
Okay.
sociopathic behavior.
Okay, I see where you're going.
You know what I'm saying? It's a mental health thing.
I see where you're going.
She was talking about the dynamics behind a killer like this. They're not going to come out and just say, yeah, I did it. You know, majority of the time they don't, especially if they're having psychosis or if they're a mixture of psychotic and sociopathic.
Mm-hmm.
But she also said that when, you know, he answered, do you understand this? He said, yes. And he like shook his head, which was a sign of acknowledgement that he knew that he committed this crime, you know, because most people, she said some people will say yes, but their head's shaking no. But if you ever get a chance, I just wanted to bring that up to people because I've been trying to kind of dive in a little bit to the psyche of someone that commits this kind of crime, you know, because there's so many things that we talk about that are kind of repetitious, you know what I mean? And not that it doesn't matter, because it does matter. But I'm trying to look into
do you think BK? You're saying BK looks like that to you, or?
Yeah, I was comparing pictures to, like, she said you'll see it in school shooters, that Aurora murderer. Oh my God! There was another guy that did like a stabbing spree. Look at spree killers. She said compare their mugshots, and you will see that the top of their face, the affect is, the eyes are big, they're dead, they're glazed over. The mouth the mouth area is very, they don't smile, they're just flat, and it doesn't change. And she said Kohlberger had a tendency to look side to side. His eyes go side to side versus your normal person would, like, when they're thinking, they look a certain way, you know, to kind of recall.
You're talking about right there. You're talking about that guy.
Yeah, exactly. And if you put that picture next to a Brian Kohlberger picture, the eyes from the nose up, that's what she's saying. That's the psychosis, the appearance of a psychosis. And being that Idaho is not a state that you can claim insanity, you know, he's shot luck there. So I'm kind of curious what they're going to do as far as pulling that, you know, saying that, you know, he was having some kind of breakdown, or, you know, who's to say what they're gonna say. But I just found that interview pretty interesting. Like I said, I mean, I know I don't like bringing up other channels and stuff when we're talking, but, you know, it just depends on who they are. And that was one that I like because of the fact that they go into the legalities and they have specialty people that come in and talk about it in the field of this particular type of person. So anyway,
I mean, no doubt.
I know I went from left field what we were talking about earlier. I went to a completely different area, but I just wanted to share that because it was just something I'd been working on and just kind of looking up. But you know, get a chance to look at those mugshots, and you can actually see it. It's amazing. You know, you're looking at him, but if you look at other people that have committed multiple murders in that particular way, you will see the same thing you're seeing on his face. So, but anyway, all right. I will talk to you later.
Donna, I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
As always. Thank you for calling in. And
You're welcome.
like I always say, if you have anything else, call back. I appreciate you. God bless you. Lock your doors.
All right. Bye-bye.
Shout out to very informative. You gotta get a guilty verdict first. You want to dive through the guilty verdict first, and then we can really deep dive on who. You know what I'm saying, like, I want to see go forward and guilty verdict be slammed, and then we can dive into that real deep research. 917 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hi, T-REV.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself? What's up? How you doing tonight?
I'm fine. This is my second call to you. I'm calling from New York.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm the author and the psychologist who works with developmentally disabled. Do you remember me?
Yes, ma'am, I do now.
Okay. I just wanted to say that your patience is amazing.
Thank
you. People just go on and on and on, and you keep your calm and you let them talk. And that's really admirable. And I'm speaking as a psychologist. Anyway, the reason I'm calling is I wanted to say to everybody that I was just listening to Greg Hughes' show, and they were showing the route that BK took.
Mm-hmm.
I don't call him by his name. To me, he's a it. It all makes sense. All the evidence so far, it just makes sense. So people need to wait and listen to the law enforcement personnel, including the 50 FBI investigators, before they, make up their mind.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever we're thinking, it's not a good thing to waste your time. That's all I wanted to say. And thank you for everything that you do. And don't be upset with the Xana situation about the grandma, because it is her problem, not yours.
Yeah, it's.
Okay.
I'm over it. I'm over
Good. Good.
I'm over it. Back to everything that matters. That's
right.
That's just BS.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in.
Okay, it's
all right.
Pam.
If you're done, you still got time to talk. If you're not done, I didn't mean to cut you like that.
Go ahead.
No. I said you still got time if you're still talking.
Well, I don't want to take too much of your time because other people want to call in also.
Yes, ma'am.
And they probably have something important to say. And you have a good crowd there. And I don't want to take too much of your time. I just wanted to say one or two words.
Well, I appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, man. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful night and keep doing God's work.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you so much. Shout out to her. Lock your doors. Stay safe. 219-885-9693. What's up? I'm about to turn this into open. I don't know. I might be careful. 870, you on the show. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV, what's up? It's me, Regina.
What's going on, Regina? What's the word?
Hey, I was wondering if we could do something really quick. Did you get the email I sent you about different things that Brian Koberger's car was equipped with?
Did I get any? No. Where at? Let me see. Let me look through. What email? What is your email? You don't have to say it out loud. Hold up. I think I'm.
The first part of it is Regina.
When did you send it? What date was it?
Oh, it was this past week, or maybe a week.
Regina. Hold up. More case documents. July, June. Regina. I see one. Now this was sent. It says more case documents and a link, data forensics and cars. Thank the girls, they hooked me up. Vehicle data downloaded for cases, GPS, speed, lights, Bluetooth data.
Okay, this is something completely different I'm talking about right now. But yeah, I sent you that video.
I don't see the other one. I'm looking though. I'm looking as we speak. Still don't see it. You said around what date you sent it?
It's been within the past week.
Okay, yeah. For some reason, it's not. Maybe it's on this next page. Let's check. July 8th.
Okay, you're not finding
it. Didn't come through. Send it again real quick while you're on here.
Okay, let me pull up my email. Let's see.
The last one I got from you for some reason is June 1st.
Okay, no, it's been since then. Let's go to my sent. No, not inbox, sent.
Another possible
Okay, I'm fixing to resend it right now. Forward. I'm going to forward it to you from the original email.
A lot of people are talking about that right there. Is this another camera? What, on the side of this apartment? Is there another camera over here somewhere? Is that what we're talking about? See satellite dishes?
Let me know when you get it. I sent it.
I'm about to look in 2 seconds. Okay, let me check it. Okay, here we go. Now I see exact package and specs of Brian's car.
That's it. Could you pull that up for me?
Yeah. Coders.com connections. All right, here we go. It's on the screen right now.
Okay. I'm not seeing it yet. I've got a delay though. Oh no. Yeah, I've got a delay. It looks like there it is. Okay. If you'll scroll down on that page, make it as big as you can to where everybody can read it, and scroll down. These are the exact specs. If you'll look, this is Brian Koberger's VIN number. I used his license plate number to obtain his VIN number. It's very easy to do. Anybody can do it, okay? Now, if you'll scroll down on the different specs of this car.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now. Issue ID, component, electrical system, suspension, steering, airbags, wheels, unknown or other. Keep seeing that. Build sheet.
Oh, wait. Okay, that's the wrong one. Go all the way down to the bottom of that page.
Okay.
There's the build sheet. Yes, this is what we're looking for.
The build sheet. Right, on the build sheet right now.
Okay. Yeah, go back down to the build. Right there. Okay. This tells you everything about Brian Koberger's car, where it was made, the year. You can keep scrolling down, the engine number. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. But if you'll keep going down, I'm telling you, this is all the information there is about Brian Koberger's car, and this is exactly what his car was equipped with. Could you keep scrolling down for me, Sam?
Yeah, I got you. I'm rolling down nice and slow so everybody can see. I don't care if it's the engine factory, Montgomery, USA, temporary zone, engine gasket.
It does not matter. Everyone in chat, please listen to me for a second. I am not talking about GPS whatsoever. So let's just take that off the table and forget
about it. Please, I beg you.
Yeah, let's keep going down here.
Okay, right there. Stop. See that emissions? Go back up just a little bit.
Let me go back up a tad bit. Emission label, USA type?
Yes, and right up above that.
Mm-hmm. I'm sitting right there. I got it at
Okay. That all the emission regulators and emission controls and things like that, and the OBD onboard diagnostics, those are tools in your car that can tell investigators how far you went, at what speed, what emissions your car was giving during that speed. I mean, it can tell you everything like that. Okay,
Bing,
now
bang.
if you'll go down further.
Mm-hmm.
Onboard diagnostics, that is the computer in Brian Koberger's car that records over 700 hours of event data in the engine diagnostics. That says when he used his blinker, that says how fast he was going, that says if he opened his car door, everything. Okay, now if you'll go down.
I don't know. Where do you want me to stop at on here?
Go on down.
I'm moving. High grade license.
Okay, right there. EDR, event data recorder.
Right here, I'm on
now,
it. Okay, I got it. I'm on it.
Okay. Now, if you'll look up that particular event data recorder, it also recorded 700 hours of data. You can look up the part number through the manufacturer, by the way. Boom. They have 700 hours of data from Brian Koberger's car. This is what I have been trying to tell people. This, along with that CAS report, is all I need to see, and I'll put him before that firing squad if I get on that jury.
Wow.
This is what I have been talking about. I have not been talking about GPS on his car.
Jay in chat says they use the system exactly in the Murdaugh case.
Yes.
Oh my God. Regina, this is a bombshell. I love it. And I appreciate you calling up and breaking this down. So can you inform everybody what this is going to do?
This is going to put Brian Koberger at the scene of the crime with his vehicle. 100%. It's going to go right along with all these videos and all these data pings and all this CAS reports. And it is going to confirm that it was him 100%. The details are all in his car's data recording systems. Every single bit of it. He might have turned his phone off, but his car was still recording his ass, y'all. That's what I'm telling you.
Wow. That's seen on T-REV.
Oh, also, for all you lovely people in Discord, you can go look up my messages in Discord, and I actually posted the video on how to use Brian Koberger's license plate number to obtain his VIN, to obtain this information yourself. A 3-part video.
Damn.
There you go. This is what the Burla report will have in it. This data that I'm trying to tell everybody about.
Corroborating evidence. Is this something that they may have sealed away?
Yes, I think this is the evidence that today they sealed and didn't say nothing else about. I think it's a Burla report because it was right behind the CAS report.
Oh my God! Go ahead. Do it. I want you to.
Yep.
And that's
sleuthing. Yep. That is sleuthing. Somebody said great, but his wasn't even at the house and was in the area, and we already knew that. What?
Right, but this is going to collaborate that. The Burla report is going to get y'all. I'm telling you, these Burla reports are fascinating. People, this data, some of this data that they use in these investigations has been on our cars since 2010.
Most manufacturers started using it in 2012. They started to pass a law to mandate it on cars in 2014, but so many manufacturers had already started putting this data collection on cars that the government said, well, there's no use in making the law because everybody's already doing it. No joke.
Wow. And they smoked Murdaugh with this shit?
Yes. This is what they smoked Murdaugh with.
Wow, they said, but it cannot prove he was driving the car. I mean, Fam's DNA, it cannot prove he's driving the car, but Fam's DNA is at the house.
There you go.
On the sheath. So, I mean, what's your alibi for who's driving your car at that point?
With your phone.
Oh, my God.
With your phone, because even though his car might not have been, listen to this, T-REV, even though his car might not have been hooked up to the internet, it was still talking to his car.
But Regina, let's all right, so let me talk here, because Kim says too many used hours. How long does this track up to, the event data recording?
1,100 hours of actual driving time.
1,200 hours?
700.
700. So, okay, how much did he drive after the? You know what I'm saying? That's what we need to really think about here.
It's less than a 50-hour drive. When I looked it up, it was like a 50-hour drive to drive from Pullman, Washington to Pennsylvania. 700 hours driving time is an average of 3 months for a person driving time.
A lot of people saying holy. All right, so we got to think about it. So November 13th, and then he drove cross country to, home to his parents, and then he was going to school all those days. Do we think that just breaking it down, do we think that equals up to 700 hours driving time after that?
I don't think it does.
Because if you think about it, drive from, let's just say Pullman, mark up Pullman to, now we got to map out Pullman. Just in general, we need to map out Pullman to Pennsylvania, the direct town.
Nevada. From Nevada. You got to go from Pullman to Nevada to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we just need Pullman to Pennsylvania in general. Yeah, that too. You're right. We need the exact route or near the exact same route he took, because it's going to, it may differ by a couple hours at best.
The time from Pullman, Washington to Reno, Nevada is 11 hours and 12 minutes. So put that on your notepad real quick.
I'm going to do it just like this with a calculator. Let's see. Pullman, Washington to... Okay, that's how I'm going to do it. We're going to prop this up. Okay, so we're talking 38. It says 30. It's a 38-hour drive.
Now, I want you to add 34 hours and 16 minutes to that. That don't add up to 700 hours.
He didn't drive 700 hours after that.
No, he did not.
So there's a lot of people saying it's nothing, but I mean, we're saying this was used in the Murdaugh trial?
Yes. The Burla report.
Sounds like something to me, guys.
Forensic.
Bing bang.
Talk to us. The burglar report?
Burla, B-E-R-L-A.
The Burla report. You think this is going to be used in court?
I absolutely do. I think that's what they sealed, that nothing was said about in the evidence that they turned over to the defense.
That drive to Pullman is only about 30 hours. I'm looking at it right now, guys. It says 38 hours, 2,555.4 miles. And that's just taking VIA I-90 all the way through. And that would drive him right through Indiana, Chicago, Wisconsin, South Dakota, Montana, a little bit through Wyoming. Ohio, and Pennsylvania.
Oh, nice, Matt. I think prosecution very much knows about this, and I think this is some of the evidence that's under the gag order that nobody knows nothing about yet.
Wow, that's finish him. Interesting.
Anyways, that's all I wanted to get across, you guys. I thought that everyone should know that, know the exact specs of his exact car and what it was capable of recording data-wise. There it is.
Event data. Yep. Elantra, let's see. Elantra, what is it? 2015. Okay, yeah, let's see. I'm looking it up right now. Does
Use the part number.
Mm-hmm.
Use the part number of the manual, the one I just showed you.
Some new
The number right beside the event data recorder is the vehicle part number.
6 to 8. Okay, so most EDR store crash data for 200 ignition cycles, which typically means only 6 to 8 weeks after an incident. Let's see, that's 2020, but that's just me reading EDR. Yeah, we definitely need to go by the model for sure. Let's say typically 30 days. The data may not always be recorded. EDR, it's not a standalone device. There's a lot to look up with the EDR for sure. Huh. Jim says, I'm so disappointed in Brian. How are you going for a PhD in criminology, but you bring your cell phone and drive your own car to the quadruple homicide scene? Best you drive 60 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour for 1 hour. It will cache information, but you can still retrieve some of the info, even if it was partially written over, says Will Warren.
Okay. That's true, because it is just like every other computer. Believe it or not, the data is re-recordable.
Okay, so
my husband can tell you that. He does computer data forensics and stuff. He knows what he's doing. You know, my husband.
Maggie O'Neill says, so just a question, 700 hours of data, which is equal to 29.1666 days. How many days after November 13th did they get his car? About 47, end of December. But it does say 200 ignition cycles. So did he sit there and start his car up 200 times and look up EDR? Or?
I don't know.
Wow, interesting. Very, very interesting nonetheless, though. I feel pointless. Well, ignore me, I feel pointless. Well, ignoring what? What's going on? What I miss? Ignore what? EDR stores information for 3 to 4 weeks after an incident or accident, up to 700 hours of 200 cycles of the ignition switch. It stores the event accident. It doesn't store 700 hours worth of drive time. It says too fast for fleas.
That's not true. That's not true.
Interesting, though.
If you don't believe me, you can go to the Burla Car Forensics website and look all the information up yourself.
Right.
I mean, they tell you it records, your car records, and you can even find the name of the program that they're going to run on Brian's car. It's at Burla, the website. It tells you what program specifically they use to do a Burla report on his car. Mm-hmm. So Burla definitely can and does do Burla reports on 2015 Hyundai Elantras for forensics.
It's interesting. Interesting for sure. Well, Regina, I appreciate you bringing that to people's attention. That's something to, talk about and look further into. I'm definitely going to check into it.
I appreciate you letting me put it out there, T-REV, because I don't think everybody does know about this, and I think that it's going to be a very, very valuable piece of evidence in this case. I really do. I think it's going to corroborate the time whenever he had his phone off to whenever he turned it back on. I think that is the missing data right there that is in his car. Whenever he shut his phone off, that drive, I think that the burglar report is going to finish the nail in the coffin and say, well, you guys, guess what? We got proof that even though he shut his phone off, he was still there because his car told on him. I think that is what the defense and the prosecution, that evidence that the prosecution turned over to the defense, I think the one that's completely sealed, nobody knows nothing about it. I think it's like number 8 or something like that. I think that's what that is. I think it's the burglar report on his car. I'm just saying. But anyway, I appreciate you taking my call, T-REV. I really do. You give a voice to the people, and I appreciate that so much. And for all of you out there, in case y'all haven't noticed, that like button needs some love.
I appreciate
Rev up the likes.
I appreciate you.
Rev Gang Strong, T-REV. I love your new song.
Thank you.
Man, I listen to it and it never gets old. It's to the heart. You can feel it, and I love it. Thank you for that. Because that was to us, and I realized that. Thank you for that, T-REV.
I appreciate you. I'm actually recording part of this for a documentary.
This?
No, yeah, just I'm making like a documentary of like
that's awesome.
I have my studio set up, so I've been recording like partial pieces of what we're doing, just to show everybody how stuff works. But
right,
just in chat too, I got chat in it. I'm doing my own little at-home documentary on just how the lives work and how I have things set up.
Oh, that's awesome! I can't wait to see that. When do you think how long do you think it's going to take you to do?
I don't know. I just got a bunch of clips that I'll get put together. I got them in a folder. I'm gonna turn it into a documentary and make it later on about how we covered everything. There's a lot into it.
That's awesome. I can't wait to see it, T-REV. I'm always excited to see everything you do, brother. Anyways, shout out to Rev Gang. I'm going to give somebody else a chance to get in here and get a call in. I love you guys. Rev Gang for life. Smoke them if you got them.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Regina. God bless you. Lock your doors. Stay safe.
Amen, brother.
And I appreciate you calling in. God bless.
Thank you, brother. Bye.
Regina, everybody. Round of applause. Some phone footage, some camera footage, but definitely recording a documentary on how we do everything, the setup, etc. All right, there we go. There's part of it. I just wanted to get a couple. I get clips at almost every live. I get clips. So if you see yourself in the comments while you're on there, just know that. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. There's going to be phone calls in the documentary also, and just the way that we've done everything this whole journey. So Regina call, T-REV Gang. I mean, that's definitely interesting to know. More detail. I want to look into it more, understand it more. I think it's important. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, it's Delana again.
Delana, what's
T-REV
going
on? Not much. I was thinking earlier I talked to my son, and we talked a little bit about this case, and I just wanted to share a couple things that he said. He's 25. He didn't know anything about this case at all, and just asked me for like the basic breakdown what happened. So I told him about the 4 victims. I told him about the sheets being found, that BK was, a teaching assistant at the university, and about the pings and the video footage.
Right.
And so we were talking about that, and he's like, "What's the deal? Like, is there such a huge interest in it worldwide?" Because I told him that, and I told him there was a split in how people view the evidence that we have in front of our face thus far. You know, it's split on whether he's innocent or, you know, this 10 other people are involved or whatever. And so he was like, well, explain that to me. Why do they think there's other people involved?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, you know, there's been the cartel thrown out there. I said, now they're talking about police maybe being involved with it and the planting of evidence or cleaning up evidence. And he was just baffled. He's like, so there's car pings, yes, or phone pings, yes. There's video footage. There's DNA. He's like, where in the world is all these other rumors coming from about other suspects or the police being involved? And he said, he's and you know, that age. He said that there are people that put themselves in a position, whether it's you know, being the teacher's assistant in the criminal department or joining the service, joining the police force. You know, it's some positions of authority, I guess. But there's those wicked people that are twisted in their head, and that's why they do that. They get lost along the way or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I feel like those kind of positions put a person at a point where it's easy for them to go rogue. They don't think they're going to get caught. They think they're smarter than everybody else. But he seriously could not wrap his mind around how all these officers are maybe involved or all these other people. But he doesn't watch, you know, like YouTube or all this other stuff. And like I said, he didn't know about the case, but he would follow the facts in the news. And he's like, I don't understand where that comes from. I don't know. I just thought it was like an interesting perspective from him. Yeah, he's like, I don't get it. I don't know where that comes, you know, where that information comes from or how people could think that. How could all these officers be involved in something like that? So
yeah, absolutely. How? Great question.
Yeah, and that's why I said that he was, you know, he lived in Washington, goes over to Idaho to commit these crimes, and then they catch him in Pennsylvania. Do you know how much of a police force, FBI effort it was to get this guy in custody in a relatively short period of time, if you think about it? I mean, you know, they had to follow the evidence, and in the beginning, they have to do all the interviews and all that stuff, plus processing the crime scene and gathering the video evidence. It just took a while to process through all that stuff. But still, I thought they made an arrest much sooner. I mean, we were thinking it turns into a cold case or something like that, you know, because it seemed like they didn't have anything. But anyway, I just wanted to put that out there from, you know, my young kid's perspective. He was just pretty blown away that there was this much interest in a case where there's people, you know, being killed all the time all over the United States. And then how do they come up with all these other scenarios? You know, he's like black and white thinker. But anyway, I just wanted to call with that. I just thought it was interesting to hear from my kid on what he thought about that.
Yeah, most definitely. I appreciate you breaking that down. So hold up, Jeff sent the voice comparison of that dude, that girl, or Enan. I see. Is that what you're talking about, Jeff?
Oh, at the food truck and then his interview or something?
Yeah, he's sending an Enan voice comparison, I think. Let's see, he did.
Yeah, I don't know if that was him at the food truck. I heard that lady said she knows it was because he said he was.
I got
never
it right
saw
here.
that.
We'll hear it because I got the video right here that he sent. Oops. Let's see if it does sound like him. Hold on.
Can I get some down bottom out?
When I think about any like individual personally, like any personal like neighbor, like anyone in this area, I'm just like, there's no way. Like they're all like pretty normal people. They all got their own shit going on.
We're only 600 away from 66. Can I get some down bottom out?
Can I get some Dantanama now? And then you hear, yeah,
No way.
absolutely. You know, I'm just, people. I swear, man, the reaching is crazy.
Yeah, no way. I mean, Enan's voice sounds very deep in his actual interview. That other guy's voice is way different.
Misinformation.
Not even
I'm telling you, that's not even him.
No.
He could admit. I don't care if he said it was him or not. Like, that's not that dude.
Well, yeah, if he said it was him, that must have been something recent because he never said that before. So, you know, and we know how he changed his Facebook posts and stuff. So he didn't hear anything at all. No screams or anything, so that he did hear screams.
That's
Okay.
crazy. Yeah. Weird.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's like a bad dude or anything, but he's just not relevant to the case. I remember his first one of the posts I saw. He's like, "Oh man, I'm gonna be so famous," blah blah blah. On one of his posts, it was pretty funny, but he really did think that. He was like, got all excited about that, like he's gonna get some notoriety. But
That is not the same voice. I swear. I'm gonna hear it one more time.
Can I get some down bottom out?
Can I get some Dantanama in my mouth?
What? Like any personal like neighbor, like anyone.
Get some down bottom out.
Like neighbor, like anyone.
Can I get some down bottom out?
Like anyone in this.
Can I get some Danton in my mouth? Like what? What is he saying?
I don't know what he's saying, but you mimic his voice really well.
Yeah, I get some Danton in my mouth. Well, you know, recently I was hanging out there with Johnny and Bobby and Ricky, and now, you know, that was me on that food truck, but I sounded like a straight up, you know, converted man to a woman, and you have it, you know, that's what I don't know, that's what I just picked up from it, man. Like, two different vocal tones, two different deliveries. Can I get some Von Ton in my mouth? Like that's what I'm hearing. Von Ton in my mouth.
Get some Don Tom in my mouth.
Can I get some Don Tom in my mouth? That's what I'm hearing.
Can I get some Don Tom in my mouth?
Can I get some Don Tom in my mouth?
Can I get some Don Tom in my mouth?
If that's him, I'd be blown away.
Yeah, I feel like that debunks it right there. I mean, seriously, with that voice clip, that debunks it right there.
That sounds like the boy girl someone said. But I'm watching the clips move. That's him talking. Or that's whoever this dude is talking. You can see it. I can even see the Don Ton in my mouth.
Can I get some Don Ton in my mouth?
I can see the lips and everything saying it. Can I get some Don Ton in my mouth? And then here we go again to Enan.
Personal like neighbor, like anyone in this area, I'm just like, there's no way. Like they're all like pretty normal people. They all got their own shit going on.
Yeah, two different people. Sorry.
Yeah, totally. That's funny. But debunked.
If that's Enan, that's Dave.
Right. I don't know. You know, I still think it's Dave, but whatever.
You said, why am I Googling Don Tom? That's what it sounds like to me. Can I get some Don Ton in my mouth? Yeah, definitely an engineer when it comes to audio. Absolutely. I mix and master albums all the time.
Yeah, that one's That one's a no-brainer right there.
I can hear.
That's
Sure.
pretty funny.
I mean, that's definitely not.
Bing bang.
I mean, I did think it was Enan at the food truck at one time because
Me too.
only because in his interview, he's got his cat is laying on what appears to be that whatever hoodie thing he's wearing there. I've got a picture of it. His cat's actually laying on it, folded up. It looks like the same thing. And so I was like, man, that's got to be him. That's his poncho. His cat's laying on it right in the freaking interview. I still have the pictures for that, but, you know, regardless, that's not him. It doesn't sound like him at all. And it doesn't really look like him in the face. It doesn't. So.
Don't feel bad, Gypsy Doll. It's all good. Gypsy Doll 14. I see what you said. Don't feel bad because it is what it is. Don Tom. Get some Don Tom in your mouth, is what he said.
Oh, did somebody, what is it? Did somebody say? Somebody Google.
Nah, somebody was talking about defending someone else that we don't fuck with no more. I said, don't feel bad for it.
Oh, right.
Some people, you don't know what you don't know. Facial hair is different. It's over a month later. It's him, 1,000% fact. Yeah, that's not him. That is not him. I'd put it up. What's up? That is not that. That is not him. No way. No absolute way.
Did I get some Don Juan in my mouth?
Absolutely. Like neighbor, like anyone in this area, I'm just like, there's no way. Like they're all like pretty normal people. They all got their own.
What was the last? No way.
I mean, because he could say, like, can I get some, like, Don Tom in my mouth? Like, I mean, even that part wasn't right. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's not him. And I've been skeptic of, like, every single thing that came out. You know, like the picture of the corner club. And then I wondered about the, you know, video of Kaylee, Maddie, and Adam. I mean, not Adam, the other guy. They walking down the street, if that was real. And I mean, all that stuff, the audio and everything. But the cam footage, I totally believe that's real. That's the one thing I do believe is real this whole time. So.
Very different. He said someone said they bet money. Well, damn. I mean, anybody who wants to, I'm not betting, but anybody who wants to take that bet, there you can get you some free money.
Right. Right. I think they got the right guy. I mean, there's nothing that shows anything else except that they got the right guy. Oh, and I was reading through the like FBI cast, like all the detailed information about what they actually do, the kind of things they process through their investigation. And I was like, damn, he is going to be caught up with that 51 terabytes. I know in there is all of his, you know, that tower that they had, his Fire Stick, his phones. Like, I just feel like they're going to have layers and layers of info on him that's going to show that he did have some connection with the victims.
He said trolling the night.
You guys troll?
No, I seen somebody say a lot of trolling tonight.
Oh, yeah, there's quite a bit.
You know they're all in out here, man. The trolls are definitely in here. You know, Detective John's watching right now. You know, all these other people are watching right now. I could probably name everybody that's in here right now. Creators, and more.
Let them watch and learn.
Shout out Harsh. I see you. Reality, DJ. I can keep going. There's plenty of more that I know are in here. But shout out to them. I appreciate them being here. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I'm going to get off of here so somebody else can call, but I just definitely wanted to give you my kids' perspective of it and all this, you know, crazy commotion about other suspects and yeah, the FBI cast and stuff. I just was like, wow, they're going to have so much information. And then with what Regina was talking about, she's been talking about that for, I don't know, 3 weeks probably,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but I believe in that too. I feel like they're going to, you know, they got their guy. That's all I can say. They got their guy.
That's a fact. I think they definitely got their guy. I mean, for me, I think they got him. Now, other people, there's a lot of people that think they don't. I think they do.
No.
Please cover case about woman who locked boyfriend in suitcase. Another one of those? That's crazy. You know.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, we still got to get, I mean, there's still a lot of covers that we got to do on this Missy Bevers case, which this is every file from the Missy Bevers case. Every file. We talked about it a while ago. We've had a couple lives on the Missy Bevers case. I've been following it since day one. But yeah, this is every single file from the Missy Bevers case. Unsolved murder. And that definitely be diving into that.
I'm ready to hop on that. I asked Hollis if she would be interested in going back to that town. Maybe I'd meet up with her, you know, or something.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go snoop around or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, she needs justice too. I can't believe it's been so many years with no answer.
Send me some about that suitcase case too, by the way, 44. But yeah, Delane, I appreciate you calling in. I'll get a few more to call in. I appreciate you. Lock your doors, stay safe. It's late. You need to, you know, stay vigilant.
Will do. Love you, Rev Gang.
Love you back. God bless. Delane, we appreciate it. 219-885-9693. What's up? Thank you. Missy deserves attention. Absolutely. So that's the case that I was talking to with Jennifer about. We talked about, and she has a close friend that was really close friends with Missy, by the way, which even makes it better, in my opinion. 412 calling out the blue. What's going on? Pittsburgh.
What's going on?
What's going on? What's the
Oh my good. I've had a great day, and I've been listening and watching your show and enjoying it. I don't know what to say about the lady about, oh, that's definitely Enan, because that's definitely not Enan. But okay, he's shorter than Enan. Like he's a little, like he's not a short guy, but he's shorter than Enan. Like you can see, he's got little legs. Enan is tall, but you know, neither here nor there. I don't know what to say about everybody that has their mind made up, but I do want to say Regina is so right. Like, that's some big news, because I watched the Murdaugh trial and I watched how they couldn't wait, because, you know, Murdaugh didn't ask for, like, he made sure that he had the short trial, you know, like hurry up and get me in trial or whatever, because he was trying to beat all of the evidence coming back, because it took him years to come back with the paperwork about the car. They came up with the car stuff right in the middle of his trial. And it was amazing. Like, after watching Murdaugh, I don't know why anybody murders. It's insanity what they can do with these cars. And as far as I could tell, I think as long as it's a 2010 or up, don't drive your car to no crime. Because they'll give them enough time. They will pull that burglar, and your burglar will be in the burglar for good. You'll be dead. So that's like some exciting news. I remember, and I think about these things. Like I keep finding myself wanting to try to somehow make Brian not guilty, because I don't like crazy. But he's crazy. And allegedly he's crazy. Okay, allegedly. I said allegedly, and allegedly. But like I said, he's crazy. And he's got these and I watched the shows about the different body language, and especially like I wanted to see a more recent one. So I got a more recent one, and they followed him into court like 3 times, and they were talking about his jaw clenching and the way he never actually smiles at anybody with the fake smile, and just all about his body language. And then they go back about his family and how his family pretty much feels like he did it, and it's like, I don't know. I understand people trying to make the excuses that he's not guilty, because I don't like crazy either.
Mm-hmm.
But what I've come to understand is crazy is the new 2023. Like, if you're thinking correctly and you're moving about like a normal person, you are the one that is strange. The rest of them, they're insane. These people are insane. How many mass shootings did we have by March? Before my birthday, there was like 50 of them. School shootings, just all these different shootings and these killings, and these were all crazy people. It wasn't the boyfriend, the girlfriend. I mean, you get into the boyfriend and the girlfriend thing, add that to it, and it's a whole wallop of stuff. But there are so many crazy people out there. I don't know what we're going to do about it, but there really are a lot of crazy people that are just out here doing killings. They get a thrill out of it. I don't know if we need to talk to our children before they get all the way of age and are on that route, or what we as a people need to do. But as we watch Brian Kohlberger show his crazy, he's going to go all the way through court and then going to sit down and admit to everything. I'm telling you, this is how crazy he is. But this is what they really, really do. And it's like, I know we don't want to admit it, but 2023 is nothing but crazy people. It's nothing but, I mean, that girl that went in, that girl, boy, whatever she was, she went in that school and shot up everybody, but her life seemed like she would never do anything like that. But she geared up, put her uniform on and gun, and went in there and shot everybody. I was like, oh my God. But her normal everyday life, she didn't even set off any fireworks that she would do anything to anyone but maybe herself.
Right.
This is really how people are. Look at that black dude, the black dude that went into the school and they had that school going crazy. Where was it at? Just walked in, just starts shooting all over the place. The whole school went into a rampage. Everybody's trying to figure out where it's coming from, and they're thinking there's like 10 people involved, and it's just this little short dude shooting at people because he's crazy. No other reason, crazy. And that's all we can. So we have to, while we're watching this and being involved in true crime, we are also some empaths and some people that really know spirit too.
That's a fact.
With the people that are left in this universe, don't run from them people. Talk to these people. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't saying you got to be their friend, but you might want to start with your own children, with your own family members, and with these people you see out here, because there's a lot of crazy since COVID, and there's nothing that we can do about it but react to it the way it needs to be reacted to. Don't try to say, oh, Kohlberger's innocent. He couldn't have done that. Normally, no. He shouldn't have done nothing like that. If his mother wasn't so cuddling and his father wasn't in such denial and his sister they weren't in such, oh, to hell with him because he's spoiled, he would be different. But it's not like that. And we have to address that. We have to address it, because if we don't address it, these killings are just going to be more and more and more. And you got killers that are watching you and listening to people say how innocent this man is.
That's a
And
fact.
they're making up, and there are killers deciding, well, now I can go kill 10 more people because they're going to, if I can get out of the area within enough time, you know, there's going to be a whole crew of people saying, I'm innocent. But you're not. We have to face facts.
I mean, that's
it's
yeah,
not.
There's going to be a group of people that do that in every case. And the misinformation in this case is crazy.
It is. It really is. And
oh my
now
God,
I'm
Jack
really
is
glad.
involved. I swear Jack is involved. Like, it's like, come on. He went to Africa. Like, we talked about that shit when Brian was on the loose, allegedly, this, that, and the third. But if somebody can point me to where other people were involved, I'd love to look at it. I had somebody send me a whole folder of some alleged research they done that ended up being straight horse manure.
Nothing. Yeah. Like that lady with the, I know it's him. I know it's him. Talking about Enon. That ain't Enon.
Yo, and to be honest with you, some people just advocate for the negative. That's all it is. They advocate for negative people, and they idolize serial killers, and that's such a thing too that people do. To be honest with you, like people really do idolize serial killers out here, and that is a thing. That is a trend that's going on.
And it's insane. Like, I mean, you're making yourself as bad as the actual killers. Because you would let that killer free. That's not fair. That's not okay. That's what I do have to say to people like that, because it makes no sense. It really does not make any sense that we live in 2023. We've got all this technology. We've got all these smart. We're doing all these things, and we see crazy people all the time. But in this particular one, couldn't be. That's not what's happening. This has got to be somebody related, and then you're adding all of these different people, but there's no evidence of any of that. The only evidence that we see points at Koberger. Like, nothing. I would love if he would make a friend, but he lost all of his friends. The friends that he had when he was younger, they left him alone because he ostracized them.
Right.
Weight loss can cause a mental break. Add heroin to it. He didn't keep friends unless they were somewhat of use, and they weren't really friends of his. The closest friend that Brian Koberger got, if we want to put somebody with him or do anything like that and say he made an associate, that was his neighbor downstairs that the father asked to be his friend.
Right.
Like, we don't hear about Brian hanging with nobody else. And all of his friends when he was a kid, I bet you they did love him. But he even told them, I will love y'all always, even if we don't talk anymore. Because he knew what he was. When he was a child, he said, I feel like a criminal that hasn't been a criminal. Like, people act like, when I was 16, I still got some, I remember my thoughts when I was 16. And when you look at that, that's what brought him up to. He never left his parents' house until just now. And he knew what he was going to do when he left his parents' house. I'm sorry, folks. Like, I do find myself wanting to push him towards innocent. So I listen and I listen and I listen, and I'm like, well, but it gets debunked so fast. I don't even know why anybody even looks at it. Why would you look at Enon Harsh? Like, why would you look at Kopeka? Why would you look at them people? The people got their own difficulties in life. They have some difficulties in life. They do. But they're not with Brian. It's really difficult to be two killers at one time. That's just a fact. Like, there's very rare do you see two killers together. There's a few times. I mean, there's a few times that you've had a group of people. I mean, but you have to go all the way back to what's the cult guy's name?
Manson.
With the thing on his head. Yeah, you gotta go back to Manson, because people don't group kill for folks anymore. Not like that. And then then there's like a dynamic that two killers together have to have in order to be able to kill together. Like, and Brian doesn't have the wherewithal to do that. And he did that on his own. And he'll even admit it after we do what he wants to do. And what he wants to do is go to trial and fight it because he thinks that small towns don't have cameras, that don't have any space for real investigation when they do, but they don't even need it because you've got the FBI and the state and everybody involved because you did some really messed up stuff and everybody wants to know why and what happened. I don't know. I just be sitting here sometimes and I just like, why are we still talking about Kopeka? Why are we still talking about? And I'm thinking why we're talking about Kopeka, and boom, you come all the way back from left field about Eamon. My God. I mean, my God. I'm very happy that they have the gag order on now, because if it was left open, or if they would to speak, they would spin this stuff into all the way. They take it all the way to Biden. This not, I swear they would. Like they would say Biden did it before they say Kohlberger did it.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I really wish people would look at themselves and just figure out how ridiculous you sound. Just be quiet, adding people and drugs and cartels and all that.
People look wild with that shit.
Yeah, like,
I mean, it is.
Like, it's like you.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, I swear, I gotta keep going back to this because Jennifer put it out there earlier when we talked on the phone, and she goes, "Man, there's only like 1 or 2 channels that are really advocating for the victims. Everybody else is just really focused on catching the mouse."
Yeah, if they think they ain't caught.
But it's not even that. Like, it's like, I have an open mind, but if you're presenting me bullshit, if you're presenting me a bag of shit with no receipts, like, I'm sorry, but I have to entertain all these different things. I could put together clever videos showing you different things that make sense with this, that, and the third. But what is that if it does not connect back? Like, what does it do?
Right. You got to have some semblance of evidence to that, especially if that other person isn't in jail, isn't on bail, or any of that. If because, like you said, I'm open to there being other players if you want to put other players in there, but you have to have a semblance of evidence. And I don't mean that because those 2 buildings are next to their building that somebody that has openly admitted to, yep, I got off work around 1:30 and then I went and did this, and he's just a little goofball. He is not a killer. He doesn't really have. He gets high all the time. I watched him and I said, "Look at him, oh poor boo boo. Okay, just let him go ahead." But if he was involved, you just have to show me a little bit of evidence, just a little bit. Less than what's even in the PCA. And these people have none. They don't have any evidence of any of the other. So if we would just stop with the fact, like, you just got to find evidence. You got to have, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's evidence that I speak to T-REV.
Now, I have a question for you, though. What was your take on when I had Jennifer up and I took everybody's questions that I could possibly gather for the segment that I had her up on? Next time will be longer. What was your take on what she said when I asked her about the new video footage? Because I totally disagree with her when it comes to the new footage. I believe it's real. But she said that the PCA was so specific to where the 3-point turns happened, that's what, and that's just a long story short, but that's how she said it.
Well, I think that Jennifer has to hold her reputation. There are a lot of people out here that try to find her or whatever, but she has to hold on to her reputation. So without there being anything that can tell her, yes, this is the real footage, she can never say that this is the real footage. But I personally, after watching and seeing the overlay and the from above and seeing him when he turns around and so forth and so on, I believe it's real. But I think that I think with Jennifer, I think she's really just decided that until I'm told that that is what it is, I cannot say that, simply because she's on a higher media. She is ex-FBI. She does give expert witness testimony. So she can't get caught out here, especially amongst, these true crimers, telling a story. She has to come. She sits on a witness stand for people. She's involved. So she can't just say, oh, this is the video, unless she knows for a fact that this is the video. That's what I think of what she said. But I think she knows it's the video.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. Well, Pittsburgh, I appreciate you calling in, and I'm going to holler at you soon. I appreciate it. It's been a nice almost 20 minutes. Thank you. Salute to you. Always bring a great conversation when you call in. Always make great points. And I appreciate you being a part of the Rev Gang family. I always enjoy hearing from
Rev
you.
Gang.
Shout out to
I like
Pittsburgh.
being a part of the family. I love Deanne. I could just name them all, but I'm not going to. But I love I love Papa Sal, Delana. What's her name? The one that was just on. Gosh, I'm terrible with names, but I love
Regina.
all of them. Regina, that's it. Yes, Regina. All of them, they just inspire me. I like getting in the Discord. I don't know why anybody would say I don't do Discord. Discord is really cool when everybody in the chat is cool. It isn't. There are people with different opinions, but I just find, they don't even talk about the case all the time. You can go on any different channel within it and talk to the family if you don't want to talk about the
There's
case.
a bunch of different tabs. You got the Idaho 4 tab. You got the Rep Gang family chat. You got, the
missing
movie room.
people, and you got the GF Wars. You got the movie room. I love the Discord.
You got the shows running. We got paranormal shows, true crime shows. We got everything. It's really a big family.
And T-REV is always on there. He's on all three. Listen, this is his channel. That's his Discord, and he is involved in all of it. And I love being able to talk to everybody and just, oh, look, this is my grandkids. We're out playing. There's that, and then there's let's talk about the case, or there's Regina, and then there's this June that just has all of the paperwork. It's just the coolest place. So I just to let you guys know, you might want to become a member. It's not a lot. Get on Discord and enjoy yourself. Then you don't have to deal with crazy people for real every day, all the way through the universe. For real.
Oh, it's beautiful.
But I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. I appreciate you. God bless you. I hope you had a beautiful day with the grandkids, and salute.
I did. I finally got to settle down just now.
Yeah, I remember you saying that earlier. You said I gotta do something with the grandkids, so I remember you saying that. So I hope you had a beautiful day with them. Thank you for calling in. Lock your doors, stay safe, and I'll see you in chat.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'll
talk to you later.
God bless. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. She feels out of place and judged. Wow. Talk to me now. 315, you're live. What's up?
Trev.
What's going on?
I feel like I just won the lottery getting through to this number, man.
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
What's going on, man? You won the lottery. What's up?
It's Larry, man.
What's going on, Larry?
What's up, man? Since I figured I'm gonna try to make this quick, but I figured since I'm either gonna get fired or die of sleep deprivation from this week, I'm gonna call in and give my thoughts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to make it quick.
Bring it, brother.
Going off basically back to, you had some awesome callers, man, tonight. All of them. From heartfelt stuff to real deep thinkers, but going off what Hollis was saying earlier, and she did an awesome job breaking down all that stuff, and I know it's hard to follow. But, you know, as you probably know, I've been in politics since I got out of college. I was a legislator, so I've seen actual corruption and conspiracies and stuff like that. So I get where people are saying it, but there is none of that here. And I'm going to break it down why I think that. These were not any high-profile crazy things. Number one, I just want to go through debunking things, you know, this whole drug house, this and that. Come on. This was college kids having a good time. Did they experiment something? I'd be disappointed if they didn't. I was in college too. And yeah, you do stuff like that. But no, this was not anything that deserved 4 people getting whacked. I mean, no. That doesn't happen. This was a whack job, a crazy guy. And so that's just out of and we would know about that. They would know about that. Somebody would know about that. That's crazy. The other guy, I'm not even going to mention the name because he's already been dragged through the mud. There's no evidence of that. If they wanted to set somebody up, if this was some conspiracy, and they wanted to set somebody up, they had the 2 perfect people there to do it with. They had 2 roommates that didn't call for 8 hours like everyone's saying and questioning why, but they went to sleep. That's why. As for why they didn't do it, I lived in a house in college with roommates, and that's how it happens. And honest to God, if I don't know, the other night, matter of fact, last week, at like 3 a.m, somebody pounded on my door. I live in an apartment complex, pounded on my door. I woke up. I didn't even get out of bed to check the door. I turned around and went to sleep. Now imagine if I had roommates and the next day I woke up and my roommates were slaughtered. I would then think about it and be like, yo, I heard that door knock. Now, if it became a national story and people got my statement, they would be saying, well, why didn't Larry get up and check the door? That's very suspicious. Well, because I didn't think anything was wrong. I went to sleep. Thank God nothing happened, and it was probably just roommates or someone had the wrong door. But you know what I mean? Like, there's common sense we got to use. And as Hollis was saying earlier, all this evidence, you know, people are saying, trying to pick apart, well, it could have been this, it could have been that, it might have been this, it might have been that. You got DNA. You got multiple camera footages of his car. You're going to have a ton of evidence that they have right now. As for the digital evidence on his car, his phones, you got the pings. He would have to be the most unlucky person in the world for his DNA to accidentally fly into that building or into that apartment, for him to just have been accidentally out for a drive that night because he couldn't sleep. So
Wow.
if you get a lawyer on, is way more important, actually, a lot of times, than direct evidence. It persuades the jury. And you got to go by the totality of the circumstances, not just one single thing. So if the only thing we knew, or they knew, was that it was touch DNA on the sheet, all right, I would entertain that possibly, you know, this could have been something. That's all they got on him, but yet this car was home all night and all that stuff. I can entertain that that's not enough. But then you add in the camera footage. We forget that it isn't just camera footage in Moscow. They tracked this car leaving his apartment in Pullman, and from cameras, and then all the way to Moscow, then driving by the house
5 times.
Yeah, exactly. Multiple different cameras. They're not all wrong. These guys they're doing things textbook. And I know it's frustrating because it's frustrating for me too. You know, we all want to know everything. We want to know everything. We got to have information. But these guys do not want to mess this up. They have international, not even just national, but international eyes on them. And I think they've handled it so far, from what we know, impeccable. even the defense hasn't disputed the DNA. Even the defense hasn't disputed a lot of the evidence we've seen in the PCA. What they're doing right now, and they're doing a good job. Look, Ann Taylor is not a dummy. She's a capital defense attorney. She's not a dummy. She knows that they have an absolute insurmountable case. She is, and if you notice, all of her motions are focused on, she's going to try to turn this into the modern day O.J. Simpson case, where she's going to try to put the police and the prosecution and the investigation on trial. She knows that's her only chance, or she's going to try very hard to look for any procedural mistake that could possibly get this overturned on an appeal. And she's going to what they're doing is, you call it in the law, building a record. They're building a record right now for his possible appeals. I strongly believe that even his defense knows that they have nothing here other than a Hail Mary miracle of some procedural law that gets them out of it, or a procedural mistake. They know that they don't have anything here. They're setting up the record for his appeal right now. And they're hoping, and they're making sure she can't be sued, or any ineffective counsel, things like that. They're going to cross all their T's.
Larry, what's your thoughts on them pushing back to October now on the house demolition, because that news came out today? And, I really think they're going to kick the can on this case. I think that October 2nd is not going to be the trial date.
No, I would bet my right arm on it that it's not going to. It won't be until, I'd be surprised, actually, I said earlier, before spring, but I'd be surprised if it's before the summer of next year, especially now that it's definitely a death penalty case. There's going to be so many more procedural things and different things that they're going to have to go through. Yeah, I don't think it'll happen. I think, unfortunately, I hate to say it, I don't want to talk, but I think the university is making a huge mistake right now. It's at first, it's a PR move for them. I get it. It's a PR and financial matter. Look, that it's a small town. I'd probably venture to say at least 85% of their economy is based off the university.
Mm-hmm.
So for that town or city, I think it's a city, but yeah, that's the city of Moscow, is all centered around the economy, is centered around the university, from the jobs that they have, from the students that come in paying tuition,
right,
all of that. So they don't want to mess that up. They don't want enrollment going down. So it's a financial thing on one side, and part of that financial is the PR part. They saw from people like you, who then pushed it into also the mainstream media and all these experts, and everybody's talking about it, and with the petition going, they knew that the pressure was on. So I'm disappointed, actually, in what I saw today. Everyone else is getting excited. I'm disappointed. I'm excited, I guess, that they're at least showing they at least blinked, but it's not over. We need to keep the pressure. Their statement, and I've worked in PR too. I mean, that's part of politics. When you run for office, it's all PR. What they did very carefully is did not say, we're not going to hold this off until the
I mean, bro,
the trial's over.
we can't even get an alibi out of Brian Kohlberger, man. Like, come on.
No, and I don't think, I have to look up Iowa law, Idaho law. I'll be honest, I haven't had time between work and not sleeping, but I haven't had time to do too much research into it. I'm not sure. I know here in New York, you don't have to give your alibi, until, it depends on the charges, I guess. I don't know if it's different in the death penalty case, but you don't have to give your alibi until you go to right before trial. I mean, so I don't know. I know there was a motion to compel, so I found that interesting. I just haven't, I'll be honest, I haven't had time to research it. The legalities on that, probably not the person, I'm not a lawyer, but you're right. He has no alibi, though. I mean, we know that. He's not gonna. They're gonna come through with this attack the police thing. They're going to attack the investigation, the training of this police. But you know what? That's probably the best thing to do. If I was advising them, I'd say that's your only route to go. But that's a double-edged sword too, because unlike OJ was tried in LA, where right after Rodney King, and you had millions of people in that county. So not everybody knows their local police officer. This is a small town where everyone knows their local police officers.
So Larry, you're telling me you think 3 years from now?
That the trial's going to be?
Yeah.
No, I would say probably by next summer, within a year from now.
Yeah, I'm right about there with you. A year, maybe.
Yeah.
maybe a year and a half.
Yeah, could be.
Can, man, kicking the can. And you
Yeah,
know what? If this house would have been demolished sooner, I feel like it'd have been a big mistake because they need to rethink demolishing the house before he goes to trial. I mean, I would keep it up until after. Now, I don't know if there was a good point brought up. Great caller earlier. She was bringing up how, you know, how it's possible they were paying the security. They can't afford the security, but I'm sure that, you know, there's probably millions of people that are here and talking about this case in general. I mean, just alone in one on my channel for 4 months, we had 2,000 to 5,000 people in chat every single day. And that's just here. And that's not talking about the other places with thousands and thousands and thousands of people. There's so many different people that are wrapped up with this case and have so much sympathy for the victims. I think that we, you know, would all come together and could fund that if that was the problem.
Dude, not only that, I mean, there's private security firms out there in this country, I guarantee, that would step forth just for the PR and the publicity of it, would step forth and offer their pro bono, their services to protect that house, I bet, if they wanted to go that route. But otherwise, it doesn't matter. That's what we pay taxes for. You pay taxes to do these types of things. Now, government wastes enough money as it is and robs enough of our money. They could at least spend it on an actual service that the people care about. This is what you pay taxes for,
right?
To make sure justice is done. So that's just a absolute garbage excuse for me, at least. And I don't know, I'll respect everyone's opinions, but for me, that's a garbage excuse. I've been in government my whole adult life, and that's what we pay taxes for. You make it, you get it done.
Right.
That's ridiculous. The school, though, they just want. Look, what's the old saying? You can't put the cat back in the barrel. You can't put the genie back in the bottle.
Right.
What is the point? What is the rush to tear this down? I get it, but guess what? Everyone knows what happened now. It's international. You've got all eyes on you, and I know how important it is for juries. They want to see the scene. I have had with my uncle's firm little stupid cases like DWIs where we've actually taken it to trial. Where I remember one, for example, was like an aggravated DWI. So it went to trial with the jury. The jury wanted to go out and see the intersection. That's for a simple DUI. We're talking about a quadruple murder case. They're going to want to see that site. And once you tear it down, you can't build it back up. So on the slightest chance that the jury wants to see it, you don't do it.
You're speaking facts when it comes to that. You can't rebuild it. And I'm going to pull this up right now, actually, because I want to pull up the residence, right? Because there's a good model of it out there, and I'm going to pull it up again. They made changes to it last time I looked, but let's see. Okay, so here is the site or the actual viewing of the home. Now, I wonder if you can click back on things. Okay, there we go. Now we got everything back. So this 1122, and I like bringing this up and referring to the model of this house because I think this is a beautiful piece that people can go look at. And there's a lot of, good information packed into this little viewing that you can, like I said, look at. So here is a 1112 from affidavit page 4 at approximately 4:17 a.m. A security camera located at 112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded to be voices of a whimper, followed by a thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Cronolo's bedroom. And now it says, MB, the security camera is not shown on this image. Now, it was shown on the last image and they took it down, and I still have a picture of it, but there is a security camera that was on my screen right here in this circle where I'm circling at. And yeah, they definitely did some edits to this page. But you could do a walkthrough in the house on here. I don't know if some people been here while I did this. Now, this was Bethany Funk's room. For the people who don't know, this was Bethany Funk's room. I don't know why you can go straight on the bed. I don't know why that would matter. Now, but you get a look at the lay of the house here. So it says the two interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Now, we're going to get upstairs and go to where, you know, how important I think this house is when it comes to a jury walkthrough. This is a real picture of the house, as you can see, that I have pulled up on the screen here of Bethany Funk's bedroom. Now, I'm going to walk out of here. I guess you could look at the closet if you really want. Now it's just going to pull up the picture. So let's walk back out here. Get me off of this bed.
And by the way, when they're doing that, they're going to have, and I think they already reported on it, but of course they would, but they've already done like 3D renderings and all that, and 3D. So they're going to have all of that.
November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides.
That their deciding factor was when they visited the property. They had all the pictures and all that, but they visited. They said things like, you know, they didn't realize even from the pictures and stuff how close, you know, Maggie's body was to Paul's and how close of a distance it was and how tight everything in that area. So these are the little like intangibles you're not going to get from looking at even a 3D rendering. And that also, you brought up the house just a second ago with that camera. We know in the PCA they said they have footage and sound from that. So if that becomes evidence in the trial and it's shown to the jury, I'm sure, I know me as a juror, I would want to get a feel for how close that camera was to her bedroom. And without the building standing, it's going to be an open field. You're not going to get that same feel. So
now,
I know they said
they put here speculation that Ethan was found here due to ambiguous interpretation of the affidavit. Now, I don't know why they edit. This is a new edit, guys. We got a new edit on here. And Larry, I appreciate you calling in. I see that more people want to get through, but I appreciate you, brother, as always. I know you called in before and we've talked, right?
No, I never got through, man. I don't have the patience usually to keep calling, but I did it tonight.
This is your first time? Hey, if you ever say I'm live and you can't get through, like try to hit my email. I see that. I'll see if you're having, and I try to tell this, I need to tell this to everybody more often. If you're trying to get through, hit my email, because I do look at my email pretty often. So if I'm looking at my email and I see you have a callback number, I do callbacks, but I expect people to know that. But I got to also remember that there's also new people that subscribe and don't know that from the past broadcast. So I need to let people know that. So if you hit my email, which is in chat, email, trev757psn@gmail.com, and you email me and say call back, please, like label it call back and put whatever number, I'll call back. Just you could do that also. So Larry, I appreciate you calling up, man. I'm gonna get a couple more people to call through, but God bless you, brother.
You too, man.
Thank you for calling through, Mike. Shout out to him. I appreciate him calling in. I thought I talked to him before. I thought I talked to Larry. Good call. 219-885-9693. Now they put, I don't know why they went back and edited this. Now this was offline for a little bit. I could not look at it for a while, but they're saying speculation on Ethan being in the hallway. Huh. 832, what's going on, man? Sonny from the H? Who is this? What's going on?
Yo, Rev, it's Sonny from the H, my boy.
Sonny from the H, never too late. What's going on, man? You ain't accusing people tonight, are we?
Bro.
Get the fuck out of here!
I'm just playing. I'm playing. I'm joking, bro. What's going on, my boy?
Hey, chill, bro. Bro, you know I love you, right?
I know you're my dog, brother. What's going on?
Like, bro, like, through thick and thin, bro.
I appreciate you, Sonny.
Nah, hey, bro. I know you're older than me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I love the fact that you're older than me, but I feel like I'm right next to you, bro.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, age is a number, my brother.
Age is just a number, bro.
Absolutely.
I love everything you do for this community because, bro, you allowed somebody to come here into our playground, and confess that, oh my God, yeah, Xana called me her grandmother. Like, bruh, that hurts me so deep. That lady was so fucked up for what she did. And I literally, genuinely think that she was there for the financial gain. She was over there talking to Papa Sal, right? My brother, Papa Sal, bro, I love that motherfucker to death, bro. And I know he still dyes his hair to today. Because you ain't 60, 65 without no gray hairs, because I got hella gray hairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bruh, Papa Sal trusted her. He talked to her.
That's a fact, bro.
What? He talked to her for 2 nights in a row. 2 nights in a row. And he promised her that, guess what? I'll pay for those gifts. I'll pay for, whatever. Papa Sal is man, bro. I love Papa Sal. That's the grandpa that I never had, bro.
Absolutely.
I didn't have no grandpa.
He's the cool grandpa we all wanted, man,
Yeah, bro. I never had no grandpa or a grandmother, bro. And I wish I did. So it comes back to that fucking girl, that fucking woman talking about, oh, I got a brain tumor. I got a brain tumor and it's causing all Rev. I'm gonna tell you right now, I got a degree in biochemistry, bachelor in science, and I ain't no doctor, but I'm a tooth mechanic, right? I'm a tooth mechanic, and we study the head and face, and what she's talking about is a pituitary gland tumor that is so common. The only literally
you there, bro?
Challenges that she has is that she has a chance that pituitary gland tumor will grow and impinge on the optic nerve and cause blindness. That will cause blindness because pituitary gland tumors are right there on your hormonal balances. And it's right there by your skull, right? Like, bro, don't try to trick me on, oh, pituitary gland tumor. I got a brain tumor. Like, bro, fuck that shit, dog. I dissected that pituitary gland tumor. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Yeah.
Stupid ass hoe. Like, I'm be honest.
So hold up, and to be honest with you, a heart-to-heart conversation. Last night when we got off live, I seen there was a little friction in Discord with somebody that we talked to on the phone. I don't even want to bring it up, but I know it's not. I know it's not. Her. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I know it's not, but I seen the friction. I seen you were upset. So I was like, man, I'm thinking in my head, Sonny just needs to sleep on it. Because it, like I said, I knew it would upset the community, but at the same time, I had to come out and let people know what it was because, I'm not gonna let somebody fool all of us and then just slide it and delete it. And people ask like, what happened to it? And not give nobody an answer. That's just not the way you should move. I don't, you know what I mean? Like people deserve to know what happened and that whole thing was a lie, even though she put good light into it and we sent the kid off or we paid for a kid to go through gymnastics and in Xana Kernodle's memory And Todd, like I said, Todd and his daughter are going to come up here and explain it Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
That's beautiful.
But it's just, you know, I've been talking to Todd all day. We've been switching notes back and forth. And, man, she's messaging him saying she's scared for her granddaughter's life and this, that, and the third. It's like, nobody's threatening you. You know what I'm saying? Nobody put any threats out to you or anything. You shouldn't be scared for your granddaughter's life and this, that, and the third. Like, nobody's coming after you. You just need to, like, people need to stop this shit. You need to stop calling and saying that you're somebody's family and a victim member. Like, this is what people are doing though, Sonny. This happened with the young lady that I helped. And I don't know if you were here for that, but the young lady that went missing, and I had her mom up here. Her name was
Yep, I was there. I remember I was walking a hike.
Yeah.
I was walking a hike and then all of a sudden the kid showed up. I remember that shit.
Yeah, no, and you know, she showed me something that somebody sent to her, said, $10,000, I got your daughter right now. That's how sick people that are in the world right now that are doing shit like this. And it's like, you know, to know that we have a positive community for the most part. I know for the most part that 85% in here is positive and has a big heart and the same mission as justice. Is that the other 15% that is malicious?
Yeah, Rev, I remember that it was like in fucking, I want to say April or May, when I was walking the tracks, and you were over there giving a chance to this woman talking about like, oh, X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I remember that shit, and then man, I don't know, but like, bro, at the end of the day, this woman who called into our show, not only the Rev Gang family, but T-REV, talking about a pituitary gland tumor.
Yeah.
Guess what? That only affects your fucking optic nerves, and that will give you blindness. That'll put your ass, you can't see shit. And guess what? I know people that are so close to me with a pituitary gland tumor, and it's usually a male who literally has prostate or a pituitary gland tumor, because I'm not no doctor, right?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't no doctor, but I'm a dentist. Mm-hmm. And I learned all of this shit already. Right?
Yeah.
So when people say, oh my God, the DNA on the snap button is so, how did it become there?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not on the leather sheath because it's so porous. There's friction. He literally grabbed the snap button and unbuttoned it.
Mm-hmm.
And Maddie was his first victim. And he done fucked up. He undid that snap button. He undid that snap button, and guess what? His sweat. Cause, bruh, I'm pulling up to a surgery, bruh. I'm pulling up to a surgery because I gotta relieve this patient of pain. Right? That's my agenda. And guess what?
That's a good point. 13, I think, Savvy. Go ahead, keep going.
Bruh, Rev, I guarantee you, Brian Kohlberger is the same motherfucker who committed these crimes. And that DNA on that, Jennifer talked about it on her live, bruh. Like, Jennifer's, her education goes just as far as I do. I'll be honest, she can't be called a doctor. Yeah,
you know, Sonny, she put me in the she's actually sent me to a somebody that's an actual really good doctor and has been like a really known doctor. So that I'm looking. I don't want to sell it, but I'm gonna be having him on the show here in the future.
And I fuck with that, but Red, I'm a doctor from a tooth mechanic standpoint. Like, dog, I'm not over here trying to say, oh my God, I know everything about this crime. Oh my God, yeah, like Brian Kohlberger couldn't be responsible for this. Nah, I'm telling you.
Excuse me.
Literally how I believe it is from an educational standpoint. And you already, Rev, I already love you, bro. And I know the other night in Discord, I was tripping balls. But I'm trying to say that, bruh, I know specialty.
Right.
I'm a general dentist. So don't try to tell me that I'm some periodontist or orthodontist or endodontist. Like, if you need a root canal, go get yourself a root canal. Right, Rev?
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Bruh. So what I'm saying is, like, bruh, all of this bullshit coming in. Man, my bad, Rev, bro. I'm seeing the chat.
My man sound like you know, you done hit a fifth of vodka and you know what I'm saying? You on one tonight, my boy. You drunk?
Nah, I ain't
honest with
even
me.
on one, bro. I'm reading chat and it's getting to me.
Did you drink?
Because,
Be honest with me. Are you lit right now?
Bro, I'm not, because I could talk about.
No, I get it. No, I'm just asking, did you drink tonight?
I didn't, bro.
Damn, I thought you was lit, to be honest with you, bro. You sound like you're lit, but maybe you're just fired up, and that's just the way Sonny is, man.
Bro, I'm fired up, and that's how I live, bro.
I got you, brother. No doubt. No.
Okay, so guess what? Hollis called in earlier,
I love you for
right?
you, brother, just like Papa Sal and everybody else in here, man. Everybody.
Yeah, Papa Sal is my fucking grandfather.
That's a fact.
Right? Bro, but what I'm trying to say is, like, okay, he pulled in with a latent shoe print, right?
Yeah, my man, Sonny's been around for a while. He ain't no troll.
Nah, hey, who talking about I'm a troll, bro?
Man, don't watch chat. I got chat, bro. You good?
Nah, bro, you talked about that shit like I'm trying to talk about it, like, bro.
Nah, bro, look, man, stick to the case. Stop worrying about what people saying. You know, people in chat. We're gonna talk about, you know, let's talk about this. You know, from affidavit page 5, during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using the presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. It says the detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans type of shoe sole. Now it says just outside of DM's door, or bedroom, the door of her bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. Let's talk about that. You know what? What's your thoughts on that before we move on to the next one?
Before what?
What's your thoughts on that before we move on to the next call?
T-REV, I love you, bro.
I love you too, brother. You already know what time it is. What's up?
I don't even want to say anything before the next call other than I love you because I could go ahead and tell you, bro, the way that I feel, but bro, if you want to go to the next call, it is what it is, bro.
Well, I got to go to the next call at some point. I've been taking everybody around the same amount of times, between 15 and 20 minutes. I've been on the phone with you for 17.
Yeah, bro. But
there's people calling from out of country, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's people that we got out of country family that wanna speak, man. These are people that are in chats that don't get to be heard, that comment, that want to be heard, they got ideas and thoughts, and we may not even agree with them, but at the same time, they deserve to be heard.
You know what I'm saying? Fact, bro. That's facts. That's why I love this show, my boy.
That's all I'm saying, brother.
Rev, I guarantee you, Rev, you my brother, right?
Absolutely. What's up?
Dog, I've been to jail too.
Mm-hmm.
That other caller talking about, have you been to jail? Have you been... suck my fucking dick. None of that shit matters.
Excuse me.
Am I in hell right now?
Hey, Sonny, come on, baby. We gotta have more respect for people, though. SMD? Come on, that's disrespectful. Come on, bro. You ever hear me on here tell somebody to SMD? You say you look at me like a bro, but then listen to me. Do you ever hear me let anybody come up on here and tell anyone in chat to suck my D?
Yeah, you're right, bro. I'm fucking up.
That's out of pocket, bro. Come on now.
I'm sorry, bro.
No, you're good. I'm just saying though, bro. That's a little bit out of
bro.
pocket.
You're 5 years older than me, and you're teaching me the way.
Look, man, it's I don't know, man. You can't be saying that, man. Can't be saying
that. Bro, but literally you teaching me the way.
I appreciate you, bro. I'm gonna talk to you a little bit of Discord. Hey, Sonny, man. Man, Sonny is wild. I appreciate you having my back, but SMDs and all that, we don't need to be tossing that around. And I don't think I mean,
that was my fault. That was my fault.
But I don't think that person meant bad by what they were asking. They were asking questions. They obviously ain't been around here long enough to hear my stories, and it's okay. People are gonna ask questions, and I'm fine with that. Even if people are trying to bait me into questions, I don't care. It is what it is. I open my phone lines. This is what I do. So, and I love doing it. I appreciate you, Sonny, man. I'm gonna talk to you in a little bit. I'll see you in Discord, my boy, and chat.
All right, bro. I love you,
I love you back, my boy. God bless you. Sonny, man. Sonny wilding out. We can't be doing that, though. SM59. Come on, Sonny, man. 859, you're on the line. What's going on?
Hey, hello.
What's going on, brother? You're live.
Hey, what up, dude? This is D. Richard.
D. Richard, what's going on, my man? How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm doing great, dude. I was listening. I've been on probably 2.5, maybe 3 hours lurking, and I remembered that I have this book next to my bed. It's called Mugshots: A Police Artist's Guides to Remembering Faces.
Okay.
And so I pulled it out, and I started thinking about the callers and all of you guys discussing. Is that Enon harsh? I honestly do not think so, because if you look at the number one thing is the shape of the eyebrows. Even though they both have glasses, look at the shape of the eyebrows. The one in the cloak at the grub truck has perched eyebrows, whereas Enon has slanting down, like commas, like when you type a sentence, the commas, they're kind of slanting down. And then, yes, he did change his hair and everything, and maybe he shaved precisely. Though, if you look at his beard goes out kind of like in a upside down bowl shape. Or I mean, the guy in the video, grub truck, his goes out kind of in a bowl shape upside down, whereas Enon's comes out a little bit and goes straight down. And because Enon has shaved hair right next to it, upper below the cheekbones, I don't believe that he could have sculpted that. Plus, his eyeballs are totally different. This couldn't. I don't think this is the same guy.
Yeah. You mean the video where it played both voices?
Yes. Yeah. I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
The voice, because Enon, and we heard him during the traffic stop also, and he does. It's a little bit tender when he's talking to the female cop who recognizes him and is like, "Do you want to see my kitty?"
Yeah. I remember that. I seen that. Yeah.
So we've seen a couple of variations, which is, I would imagine, aside from him raising his voice or going super deep, I think we've seen kind of the level of his normal conversation. And the other fellow, from what I heard, it doesn't match that.
Tell me, Richard, where you at this point in time? Like, what are your thoughts on this crime? And I know we may not have the same views, but I definitely, we could respectfully disagree all day long. But I would love to hear your point of view and what your thoughts are, man. I would love to hear it.
I appreciate that. And yeah, we definitely are seeing things different, though. As
and before you say it, Richard, but that's human life, and people need to respect that too, though. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
We see things two different ways and still have a good conversation and not take each other down.
Good God, man, absolutely, yeah. And you and I have talked a little bit, because I think I came on your show a couple times, maybe in the early days or something. I see things a little bit differently. I am leaning towards, I need a little bit more evidence to prove that it is him. Now, my very first thought, though, I wiped this away kind of early. My very first thought was that he was the mastermind behind it, and he had somebody else do it. That was my very first thought, so we have to keep that in mind. Though everything that we're seeing, from my perspective, and I go on all the channels, and I love most of the channels. There's a couple that I kind of don't really follow anymore, but obviously you're not one of those.
I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate you sticking around.
No, man, I appreciate you very much. Yeah, even though I think it may be a fisticuffs when it comes to the trial.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a damn hell of a trial. I'll put it that way.
It's gonna be something, and I've been expressing this for a very long time, that I believe this is the largest case probably in American history, though most importantly, social media era, and also modern DNA era.
Interesting.
Because we've got so much technology now, and the way that social media is warping it. So I did agree with that in your poll, that social media as well as mainstream, though mainstream has always been warping the media, though now we have social media as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of, and social media has played a big part in this case, in my opinion.
Yes.
A lot of people.
And we got more people involved in this case likely than any other. If you think about the timeline, because it's not even been a year yet. Okay. We're not even a year into since the incident happened. You can't compare it to Manson Charles Manson, because that grew over time, and we did not have social media and everything. You can't compare it to OJ because he still did not have social media. OJ would have been the closest, most likely, though we did not have social media.
That's a good fact. Is the trial going to be televised? We're still waiting on that. We want to know too. I mean, as of now, they're allowing cameras in the courtroom, but as far as televised, it hasn't been yet.
What do you think about them granting? Well, actually, the defense. Now, I'm leaning on the defense side in many ways, though with a caveat. What do you think about the defense getting so many of their requests?
I feel like they should be able to look at the stuff that they're asking for. If that's, you know what I mean? If that is a right of the defendant, then they get, you should proceed to be able to look at that.
Now, would you consider it? Now, I haven't said. I'm not saying your channel. I've seen it on a couple others, though, that the defense is stalling. So, if they're trying to get what they are deserved, is it really stalling?
I think they're trying to see what they're up against in general, like as far, and they're doing what they got to do for their client. I mean, it is what it is. As much as some people don't appreciate it or what, but they gotta fight for this man's life. If he's saying he's innocent, then that's what they have to do, and they'll take every step to do what they got to do to try to fight for him and see what they can get done. You know what I mean? Like they're requesting officers, investigation skills, like 3 different officers, and then I don't know. I mean, I think they're doing what they need to do, and then I also think it's a kind of a win for the defense. This is just my opinion when it comes to being able to see what was inside of that grand jury indictment. I think it's a win for them, but at the same time, it helps them prepare.
Exactly, and I can also see the prosecution needing more time for evidence, processed evidence, and everything. Because if there are some things that are still out there, the prosecutor is receiving all of the information from is it the state or is it the police and the FBI? They're still waiting on certain things. So the prosecution doesn't have everything, I believe.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff they got to go through, man. That's why I said kicking the can past October 2nd. I just don't think we'll see a trial by then. I'd be blown away, though. I still would be blown away if it is.
My last question. What are the chances that there is somebody else out there and BK was simply buying drugs and not involved, or dating? Maybe he was dating Frank Bethany. What happens if he is proven innocent even before the trial? Like if they do bust out the alibi because he's been holding off, either he's got it or he doesn't. What happens before the trial? I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, you figured they'd let an innocent man go free if that was the case, if that was proven to be, The judge sees that, charges dropped, and onto the victim or onto the perk.
Onto the perks. All right.
Right. I mean, if the scenario you just explained, if that happened, he would be freed.
All right, man. I'm going to leave it right there because there's so much to think about and everything. I appreciate you, and I just want to say love and aloha. We'll talk to you later.
No doubt, my brother, Richard. I appreciate you, man, and I appreciate you being respectful. Shout out to you, and God bless you, brother, and everything you're working on, and I hope you achieve everything that you're reaching for. Have a good night, brother.
Dreams do come true. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. God bless you. To him. Wow, it's been an eventful one. It's been an eventful night. Shout out to everybody who called in. Well, we've been almost 5 hours, huh? Good caller. Yeah, good caller. Shout out to Richard. He gets free. That's a fact. Cash App Cons. I have info. I was at a party close by. I have info. I was at a party close by, says somebody in chat. Sure has T. Yeah, no, it's been we had a good stream tonight. You know, we've been live almost, like I said, 5 hours. Shout out to everybody in chat, man. I've recorded some of this. Let me record a little bit more of chat that I'm going to put into this documentary I'm making. I'm going to shoot this documentary straight from my iPhone too, just to show you, and my GoPro. But shout out to everybody in chat. Like, this is live on, so when you see this on the documentary, you'll know. You'll remember this time. Remember the date. Remember everything. So this part is definitely going on the documentary. I can see your chat. Just Larry, Brian, Hollis. Everybody's that's typing right now is going to be in it. I'll be cutting, but that'll definitely be. I see you smell jealous. The Richard, hey guys, I called in. Dreams do come true. Shout out to Richard, man. I appreciate you, brother. Good conversation. I'll be taking a lot of different phone calls from different lives, but I am building a documentary right now that I'm making myself, just based off of, up to now, and what we've been doing with the channel. Like, it's been a journey. It's been a journey, and we're going to continue to be a voice for the voiceless. That is the number one thing, a voice for the voiceless. Justice for the Idaho 4. Absolutely, Angelica. Anna, thank you. I appreciate you. I see you. Cali Thunder, memories, absolutely. And I can't wait for you guys to see what I'm working on. Like I said, these clips are all going on here. The setup, we got this over here. We were viewing this just now on the stream. Shout out to Jeff for the amazing graphics, by the way, man. Shout out to Jeff. 800 in the building right now. Sunshine, thank you. Doheny, where's Chris Doheny at? I don't see him. Howdy, my friend. Great call with T-REV. Mountain Mama, thank you. But yeah, that's just for this stream in general. I'll be recording for the next couple streams, and then I'll be taking stuff off the older streams. But yeah, no, like I said, I'm working on a documentary, just a content documentary for the Rev Gang family, people who are interested in that part of it. But thank you for lighting the darkness. Looking forward to it. Thank you. I appreciate that, Barboza. A lot of people got into it. I'm lurking, says Chris. Windified. I appreciate you. Love this channel. Hold on. All right, let's get a little bit more. All right, I see you. Let's get a little bit more shots for chat. Get a little bit more shots for chat. I see Shar, Mike, Regina, Brooke. Okay, we got there's some good chat shots. Good chat shots. And shout out to everybody that shows support to the channel. Man, you guys are wonderful. Thank you. You guys are wonderful. Thank you for the support. Pin a rose on your nose. I see you. Tracy, all things silver. Richard says nice. Tracy, Arlene Wiley, I see you. Sassy says, hey, Reb. Just Jen. Picking it up as it comes in. Man, it's been a beautiful live, though. Been a beautiful live. For chat shots. Yeah, for chat shots. DC613, shout out to you. I will see you guys more than likely tomorrow. I'm going to be trying to line stuff up, though, when I wake up. I got a few people that I'm talking to that I'm getting scheduled to come up, special guests that we'll have on. I think it's good to have professionals in the field come up. Like I said, I'm working on getting this doctor come up. Was a coroner, so we can, learn more about what wounds will be shown, or, that a K-bar could cause, etc. I think that'll be a great live. Like I said, we'll have Jennifer Coffendorfer back on. We got Todd Zana Kernodle's gym teacher. We sent Journey on her journey. Thanks to you guys, raising 23 to 2,500, and it's still going up as of now. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. Thank you, Arlene. I appreciate you, Jay. Absolutely, and that's what it's about. And Jennifer said it best today. We're keeping light on the victims, and it needs that. It needs that. Tea and cough. You never know. Tea and cough in the morning might be on the works. Might be in the works. You just might not know about it. You never know. Stay tuned in. I appreciate everyone who called in. And I know Hash told me to make a song called I Appreciate You. I'll do that soon too. All right. Let's go ahead. You guys know how we end it. Rev Gang strong, baby. You know how we end it, right? We end it this way every single time. So, you know, light up the chat. Justice for the Idaho 4. And you guys already know this is how we go.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rev Gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People trying to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And 1, 2, 3. Run it back one more time before we end it off. I have to make this part of the documentary. The comments running up, man. Make sure you put Justice for the Idaho 4. Hashtag it.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love. And I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No big of a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance by them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. fell Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And NSF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get Mel calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care. Rev Gang family, I'm out.
always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. There is no tapping now, that's not what I'm about. I'm down to ride, always high, head above the clouds. I'm on my grind, try to stop me, I'ma knock you out. Praised in the streets, little boys, you are not allowed. Claiming you're the best, now I'm coming for your neck. I came out the pussy with the mic as a vet. I've been on the grind, they see me as a threat. I ain't here to sign deals and run off with a check. I just got a lot of passion and a heart in my chest. I love making music, when I do it, it's the best. I've been working non-stop, serving beats like a chef. I'm here to take over, separate me from the rest. Cause I see a lot of separation from people that wanna go and help, but they never go and do it. They claim they really about that life like 6ix9ine, but in court look foolish. I've been all around the block, streets flooded with the cops, doing time in a cell life, looking at the box with my mind on my dreams, now reaching for the top. If they say that I can't, I prove them wrong on the spot. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. They got you tapping out. Let's go. What's all that rap about? You got bars, but your music ain't a cap and gown. You try to make a song, your hooks lack the sound. The fact you think you're good has got me laughing out. Step hand to the belly of the beast, you all food on my table and I'm ready for the feast. Stomping on the field like an old paraclete. You better hang it up now, cause I got you by your feet. Walk you like a dog, cause I got you by the leash. Labels got you on the paper, signing deals like a lease. But you do what they say and you say what they preach. If that's being real, I'd rather hang from a tree. People don't know the term of being real. They'll be anyone just to go and make a meal. They act all hard to the gangsters in the grill, and they hit a hammer cock on the spot, you get killed. Little sucker, you don't want that beef. Claim you got hands till I catch you in the streets. Run up on a pussy like a steak, you get beat. I've been about that life, different gacy to the peeps. I'm with it, motherfucker. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. I'm never turning down.
Wake up. Yo, if I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me regardless. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me. Yeah, they gon' fuck with me. I'm posted in the cut. You see, I got some bitches with me. They riding regardless of the scene. I've been around the block more than once, a couple of times. I mean, but homie, I ain't snitching. You want it, go spin a block and see. I've been about my money. These bitches can't even touch the green. I got a new track for these hoes. I'm calling it fuck with me. These hoes broke, sitting at home, don't know if they making means. I'm clocking in and cashing out. I'm watching them numbers flow and go. If I hop out on them, I'ma let them know. I let them know. I get that money, hit the road. I gotta go. I gotta go. I keep it hot. I make it rain. I make it snow. I make it snow. Ain't no relation to the bitch you used to know. Let's get it go. If I pull up on them, I'ma let them know. I let them know. I get that money, hit the road. I gotta go. I get it go. I keep it hot. I make it rain. I make it snow. Ain't no relation to these hoes. Cause what's a gangster to her? If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me regardless. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me.
Push the gas and I be on it, I ain't pushing on no brakes. You a rattlesnake, step into an earthquake. All these rappers in the game, there's some cornflakes. radio sounding like a running sink. Pump, hold my YouTube, homie, starting to turn fake. Get a taste of fame and all of a sudden wanna hit the bank. Every song I heard from you belongs in a septic tank. Now I'm launching missiles at your camp like a Russian tank. You voted for body, then now we playing puppet. Got the brain of a deep fried chicken nugget. Put a cops letting these kids die, so I scream. You should've did something with me with that gun. I would've been dumped. 1 hour goes by and y'all did nothing. If a cop won't shoot, then taking guns means nothing. You wanna take the world's full of hate. All these leaders show corruption. Fucking new world order. I bet I go out busting.
If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from balling. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round away, so they gon' fuck with me regardless. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from balling. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round away, so they gon' fuck with me.
Rattlesnake step into an earthquake. All these rappers in the game been some cornflakes. Music on the radio sounding like a running sink. On my YouTube, homie, starting to turn fake. Get a taste of fame and all of a sudden when they hit the bank. Every time I turn you, I said, every song I heard from you belongs in a septic tank. Now I'm launching missiles at your camp like a Russian tank. You voted for Biden and now we playing puppets. You got the brain of a deep fried chicken nugget. Got cops letting these kids die, so I scream, fuck them. If that was me with that gun, I would have been dumping. When hour goes by and y'all did nothing. If a cop won't shoot, then taking guns means nothing. Man, I went off on that track. Anyways, that shit's on Spotify. Love you guys, man. Rev Game Strong. Y'all know what time it is.